You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Hey folks, this is Mark White with The Mark White Show, and you can tune into The Mark White Show every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on Rock 99, WQEE The Key, the home of Southern sports and talk.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes one free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Hey sports fans, The Key has a brand new show. Braves Country is coming your way weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We'll be talking the Atlanta Braves and Major League Baseball, along with everything important to sports fans in Braves Country. The SEC, ACC, Big Ten, and the National Football League, and the big sports news of the day. That's Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE The Key, 99.1 FM, and simulcasting on youtube.com/at Braves Country.
At Shell, we know from the time you get up to the time you wrap up,
good night,
there's a lot of meetups, eat-ups, and hurry-ups. So come to Shell and get 3 things done at once. Fill up with Shell V-Power Nitro Plus to help keep your engine running like new. Save up with the Fuel Rewards program and never pay full price for gas again. And snack up with in-store rewards to save even more at the pump. Make the most of the stop you need to make with Shell. And engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline. See full terms and conditions at fuelrewards.com.
That's the sound of NyQuil Severe hard at work. NyQuil Severe is the best sleep with a cold medicine. No tossing and turning, just rest and recovery. So you're ready to take on tomorrow. For powerful relief of your worst cold and flu symptoms, try NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head, best sleep with a cold medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hey Braves fans, thank you for listening to Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we are here to bring you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves, bringing you spring training and 2 to 3 games a week all season long. Please like and subscribe today. Braves Country Baseball.
Winter is the perfect time to start planning for your healthy, pest-free spring lawn with True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. True Green's science-based approach and local expertise will help give your lawn the year-round care it needs to be thick and weed-free. Go to truegreen.com. Just call 866-946-5956 or go to truegreen.com today and get a lawn to be proud of.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's the Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. Got a full slate of games of Major League Baseball here on Wednesday, May 10th. Many of them day games. We'll keep you up to date on all the scores as the show rolls along. Early games that are in action today. You had Rockies and Pirates, A's and Yankees, along with the Dodgers and Brewers, Tigers and Guardians, Marlins and Diamondbacks, Rangers and Mariners. And the Nationals are at the Giants. All those games before 4 p.m. Eastern. These games starting 4:05 Eastern. Blue Jays are at the Phillies today. Good pitching matchup. Kevin Gausman versus Zach Wheeler. The New York Mets are at the Reds at 6:40. Verlander and Hunter Green. Should be a pretty good matchup. At 7:20, Game 2 of Braves versus Red Sox. Braves are turning towards the bullpen, so it's a bullpen game for the Atlanta Braves. And the Red Sox will put Bello on the mound, 1-1 with a 5.71 ERA. Atlanta's minus 160 on the money line. The over-under is 10. Other early afternoon games, Astros at Angels, 4:07 Eastern. Christian Javier versus Griffin Cannon. At 6:35 Eastern, you got the Rays are at the Orioles. Beeks and Kramer going head-to-head. It's the rubber match of the Baltimore-Tampa Bay series. White Sox are at the Royals tonight. Lance Lynn versus Keller. And the Padres are at the Twins. Seth Lugo versus Pablo Lopez. 7:40 tonight. Believe it or not, the late pitch in Major League Baseball. Jordan Montgomery and the St. Louis Cardinals versus Justin Steele and the Chicago Cubs. Steele with a 5-0 record and a 1.45 ERA. The NBA playoffs keep rolling along tonight. Doubleheader on TNT. The Miami Heat are at the New York Knicks. Miami can close it out. They lead that series 3-1. The Knicks are a 3.5-point favorite. 209 is the over-under. Same situation in San Francisco. The Los Angeles Lakers can close out the Warriors 10 o'clock Eastern. That game also on TNT. Golden State is a 7.5-point favorite. 226 is the over-under. In the National Hockey League, Maple Leafs are at the Panthers. Florida leads that series 3-0. Toronto minus 115 on the money line, over under 6.5. Golden Knights minus 195 at the Edmonton Oilers. Vegas leads the series 2-1. That game is at 10 o'clock. Both games can be seen on ESPN. And the Atlanta Braves are in agreement with free agent utility man Chad Pinder. It's a minor league contract, reported by Justin Toscano of the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. It's the third minor league deal of the season for the longtime A's utility man. He signed with the Reds over the winter but struggled in spring training, hitting just 103. After being informed he wouldn't make the opening day roster, he opted out and signed with the Nationals. Pinder spent a little over a month in Washington, hitting .218 with 62 plate appearances. Last year in Oakland, Chad Pinder hit 12 home runs. The 31-year-old can play virtually anywhere on the diamond, a good utility pickup for the Atlanta Braves. He'll start out in the minor leagues, could work his way to the majors, and adding depth on the bench. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Newnan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com at Braves Country.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Rum and Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? We're trying to save the pump. Really? This is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair. YouTube Live.
Radio station.
The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio.
We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
You're listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key, and simulcasting on youtube.com/at Braves Country. Your first choice for Southern sports. Good afternoon. I'm Mac Magee, and I don't know much, but I know one thing. I think Erod is the leader in the clubhouse for the American League Cy Young. This guy is unhittable.
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man with a cool one in his head.
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? What an incredible day of baseball. I can't believe how many games are going on right now. We've got, 4 games going on right now. I'm going to dive into a couple of them before we get into Braves-Red Sox. Braves-Red Sox game number 2. We're going to do quite a bit of that today. Teamus is on the way, Sergeant Teamus Wooten of the U.S. Army, and he's a big Red Sox fan, so we're going to talk a lot of that in the second hour. We're going to talk a lot of it here in the first hour as the Braves have made a move, and we'll get into that, and what to expect for the Braves pitching staff going forward as the Atlanta Braves win game number 1 of that series, and we'll get into that in just a minute. How about Erod, though? I mentioned this here in the very beginning. 7 innings pitched, 8 strikeouts, 2 walks. His ERA is now 1.57. Now, this is the guy that went out and kicked Justin Verlander's butt last week with the New York Mets. This guy was with Boston for quite some time and then came over to Detroit, I want to say 2 seasons ago, on a free agent deal, and he's been kind of banged up, and he's kind of been up and down. He has been phenomenal this year. I've wanted quite a bit of coin off of him this year, just riding him. But he was doing really well in the preseason, in the spring training. But you always take that with a grain of salt. You never get out in front of yourself and say, "Oh, this guy's tearing it up in spring training." That normally doesn't mean anything. He's continued to roll. And the Detroit Tigers, I mean, break them up. This team is on a roll itself. Detroit Tigers are up near the top of the standings of the American League Central. They are going into today's action 2.5 games out of first. They're going to leapfrog Cleveland if they hold on to this lead, which they should. They lead right now 5-0 in the bottom of the ninth. And the White Sox are flailing in the background. What are they, 11 games under 500? Minnesota leads the division right now by 2 games over Cleveland, 2.5 over Detroit. This is going to be a fun summer. If the Detroit Tigers can be competitive, baseball's always better when the Detroit Tiger fan base is involved. It's a long storied franchise, and it's a shame that they've fallen on the hard times they have here recently. But if the Tigers can do well, that'll be a fun summer, especially if you get Cleveland and Detroit and Minnesota in a 3-way race down the end of the summer. Because most likely they're only getting one team out of the American League Central, as well as the West and the East are playing. That's going to be a fun race to watch, as the American League Central. Meanwhile, the Yankees are bombing the hell out of the A's. No surprise there. Oakland A's worst team in baseball. Worst team in professional sports right now, you could argue. Johnny Brito went to the Hill today, and I know he's had his problems here and there, but you knew he would probably show up against the Oakland A's. Light hitting is putting it mildly. He still wasn't that dominant, and they've got big aspirations for Brito. He did what he needed to do. The Yankees are going to get the W. They lead 11-3. But you look at what he did against the Oakland lineup. If I'm a Yankee fan, I'm pretty concerned with this. 4 1/3 inning, 2 earned runs, 3 strikeouts. That's meh. If you're going up against an meh lineup. If you're going up against a terrible lineup, you expect him to go out there and pitch 5 or 6 innings of shutdown baseball. So it's a little concerning if you're a Yankee fan because of the injuries that they have to that starting rotation. And then the Rockies lead the Pirates 4-3. That game is in the 8th. This game in the 6th inning, Pittsburgh had the bases loaded. Nobody out, couldn't score. And then the Rockies had the bases loaded, nobody out in the top of the 7th, and only got 1 run. And that may be the difference in the game, but you're sitting there going, what in the world? They actually got a base hit, and they went station to station baseball. It was a pretty slow roller into the outfield. And I was back here working, so I couldn't see 100% of what was going on. But typically a ball that gets the runner home from second, they just went station to station. And then the other game going on right now, Dodgers pounding the Brewers 8-1. Kershaw was on the hill today, and Wade Miley, who's pitched pretty well this year, was on the hill for the Brewers. He obviously did not do a good job today, but the Brewers still in the mix there for the NL Central, up near the top. But these are the type of days when Pittsburgh needs to take advantage. When the Dodgers are playing the Brewers and they got Kershaw going, Pittsburgh's got to go out there and take care of Colorado at home. You can't scuffle against the Rockies if you're an upstart Pirate team trying to make a run. We'll see how they finish the day out, but it's disappointing if you're a Pirates fan because you have an opportunity to make ground. Yeah, Wade Miley, wow. 5 innings, 7 earned runs. Not what you expect from Miley after a pretty good start to the year. A bunch of good games tonight. I am intrigued by the Mets-Reds matchup. If y'all missed it, by the way, Mets lost another one. And Buck Showalter got kicked out. We'll get more into that in a second. But the Mets Reds tonight, Verlander versus Hunter Green. That should be a pretty good pitching matchup. Hunter Green seems to have taken that next step. He's not quite ace level, but he's got that ace level stuff. I think he'll be there in about a year or two. But he versus Verlander, you kind of suspect that's going to be a pretty low scoring game. And when runs are at a premium, the Mets tend to spit the bit, especially this year. And a couple other interesting matchups. So you got Cardinals and Cubs. That should be a good one at 740. A couple of good left-handers on the mound tonight for that rivalry. And the Braves are going to be in a bullpen game. We'll talk more about that here in a second. Let's go and take that quick first break. When we come back, Braves country, we're going to get into Braves versus Red Sox and what this bullpen game may look like. We will be back in a flash here on Braves country. Keep it locked in here on WQEE and Braves Country HD.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Look at me, 92.
Come on, at the roll at your age, whoopee must be down to a handshake, huh?
Yep, before and after.
Hey, sports fans. Braves country is coming your way weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac Magee and the Armchair quarterbacks. We'll be talking the Atlanta Braves and Major League Baseball, along with everything important to sports fans in Braves country. The SEC, ACC, Big Ten, and the National Football League, and the big sports news of the day. That's Braves country with Mac Magee and the Armchair quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE, The Key, 99.1 FM, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. The Dixie Handle Company, 5 generations of the Strickland family, have produced quality hardwood farm and garden tools, wooden shutters, and custom furniture. This small business has been owned and operated since 1992 and ships to customers across the world. If you're looking for the highest quality tool handles, Dixie Handle Company is your place. Every item is hand-picked to your specifications. If it's made of wood, they do it. Call now, 931-722-3395. That's 931-722-3395. Or go online to DixieHandle.com. The Dixie Handle Company. Welcome to Craftsmanship, a proud sponsor of Braves Country Baseball.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
You're in Braves country.
Welcome in Braves country. Time to get this thing going. Get you set for game number 2. Braves took game 1. A bit of a laugher, 9-3. As they got to Pavetta early and often in that game. And just to go over that game really quick, in case you might have missed what went on in Braves versus Red Sox, I mean, that was They got on to Pivetta quickly. Pivetta, there has been, and I mentioned it in the pregame, Pivetta either comes out against the Braves dealing or he gets hammered, and there's never been an in-between with him. Way back to his days before he ever reached Boston and was in Philly. I mean, he would just absolutely get hammered, or he would go out there and pitch like 5-6 innings of shutout ball, and you're like, where the hell did that come from? Pivetta went 4 innings, 7 earned runs, 2 strikeouts, and 3 walks. Charlie, by the way, good outing. 7 strikeouts on 6 innings, 2 earned runs, 2 walks, kept the walks down. You like that. You'd still like him to clean up a little bit. A guy of Charlie's caliber, you'd kind of prefer he only walk 1 every 6 innings, but it's getting better. And the curveball was working. He didn't have the issue of hitting the batters. He came close a few times, but all in all, looked pretty good. And then what can you say about the Sean Murphy? We knew when the trade was made that it was a big-time catcher, but all we had heard about was his defense. And you could see his offense in that Oakland lineup along with the Oakland Stadium. And we all talked about it during the offseason. I know I particularly talked about it several times, that when he comes to Atlanta and he's in a much more hitter-friendly ballpark, because that Oakland ballpark is, I mean, it's the Grand Canyon. There's no two ways around it. And he was going to be in a much better lineup, which means he's going to see better pitches. You figured he was going to do well. But what Murphy's doing right now, I saw a thing where they were projecting out where he's on pace for like well over 100 RBIs, 42 or 43 home runs. He's hitting 299 right now, 1076 OPS. That would be above and beyond. If he did that, you'd almost have to supplant him past Acuna for MVP just because of what he does behind the plate. But it would be a neck and neck race because of what Acuna does out there in the outfield. And I saw a statistic last night after the game where they were comparing the WARs of the best players in the National League right now as it pertains to the MVP race, and 1 and 2 were Acuna and Sean Murphy. And right now, Murphy actually has a slight edge, but it was minimal. So right now, your 2 leaders in the clubhouse as we sit here on May 10th for the National League MVP, the 2 top guys both reside in the Atlanta Braves dugout. That's pretty phenomenal. And Matt Olson, he hit another home run last night. A curveball, was a hanger, and he made him pay. You know, look, a lot of hitters get a lot of mistakes thrown at them, but they don't always make them pay. Olson tends to make them pay. 11 home runs on the year. Ozuna even got into the act, got himself an RBI, went 1 for 4. Which when you're batting below 150, that's going to raise your batting average. Michael Harris still scuffling. He went 0 for 3. But I'm not worried about Harris. I'm just not. We've seen what he's capable of doing. We've seen the flashes of brilliance at the plate, and then what he does in the field is just remarkable. And Orlando Arcia, 3 for 4 last night. Now batting .358. And I still say he's the direct recipient or benefactor of hitting in front of Acuna. And if you want to wake up Harris's bat, flip-flop them. And I'm not saying that Arcia would go away. But what I am saying is put Harris in front of Acuna, you'll get his bat going. He'll see a lot of fastballs. So that was last night. It was also nice to see no errors on the Braves side. And a couple of really good defensive plays. One play that was made by Arcia that's not going to make the highlight reel, but he is making it look easy. He had to go against his body, heading towards third base, charging the ball, throw off the wrong foot, and gun down a pretty fast runner at first base. This team's fun to watch right now. It's not just the winning, it's the way they're winning. It's the defense, it's the hitting, it's the pitching. So now we flip the script to tonight, and you look at the Braves lineup. Ronald Acuna Jr. leading off again. Olsen, Riley, Murphy, that hasn't changed. Rosario seems to be supplanted in the number 5 spot when we have a right-hander that we're facing, which is the case tonight with Brian Bello. We'll talk about him in a second. And Ozzie Albies continue to hit well, and he's down there in that switch hitting position. Oh, and by the way, Murphy is the designated hitter tonight. You'll notice that. So Ozzie's down there hitting 6th, and number 7 spot for the first time in a long time, batting .333 because it's been that long since we've seen him. He's only had 33 at bats. Travis d'Arnaud. So he's back behind the plate. I thought his first time back would be as a designated hitter, just kind of get the cobwebs out and just, get him some playing time. But no, they're going to put him behind the plate. So we'll see if, in fact, I know we're going to see Boston try to take advantage of that. Now, Boston doesn't run a whole hell of a lot, but I suspect anybody who's going to deal with d'Arnaud in the very near future. First of all, he was never that great of a defensive catcher behind the plate, throwing out runners to begin with. But then you add to the fact that he's coming off the injury and the type of injury, they're going to want to see, is there any rust back there? So I would suspect that the Red Sox are going to try to test him any way they can. Michael Harris is going to be hitting 8th, and Arcia is hitting 9th again. So there you have the lineup there. If I was going to do anything different, once again, I would put Harris down at the 9th spot and Arcia at the 8th spot. But I can see why they probably don't want to do that, because what they're looking at is once you get past Murphy, because you do have the double righties with Riley and Murphy, but once you get past Murphy, it's lefty, switch, righty, lefty, righty. But anyway, you look at it, when you go back down to Arcia and go back up to Acuna, you're going to have the double righties anyway. So I don't think it's that big of a deal if you have Arcia and d'Arnaud going back-to-back righties, or if you have, or if you flipped it around. I mean, really, there's not much of a difference between having Arcia and Acuna going back-to-back, or d'Arnaud and Arcia going back-to-back. But my other reasoning for wanting Harris in front of Acuna is if he gets on with that speed, it's going to distract the hell out of the pitcher, which can reap major rewards for Acuna and Olsen and company. The guy that I'm most concerned about in the lineup right now, to be honest, is Austin Riley. Austin Riley is the one that I'm sitting here going, man, I'm not worried. It's not like I'm sitting there thinking, is he any good anymore? I'm not saying something, one of those knucklehead takes. We know the talent's there. You can see some of his swings. He's just missing it. But you almost wonder if it would be to his benefit to take a day off, see a game from the dugout, just to give himself some rest. I know we've had a few days off here this week, and that there's a big difference between having the day off and having a day sitting on the bench. And you could, in theory, do it because you could put Arcia at 3rd and you could put Shoemake at short, just to give Riley a different vantage point. Because we're going to go into that series against Toronto, and we better be ready to score, and Riley's got to be right. That Toronto offense can put runs up in a hurry. And excited to see what that new Rogers Center looks like. They did a reconstruction on it in the offseason. I've seen the pictures and whatnot, but until you actually watch a game there, it's not the same. So looking forward to seeing what that's about, and a tough little road trip as we go to Toronto and then Texas. And those are two teams, a 6-game road trip. Those are two teams that can put a wear and tear on your bullpen. Now, to that point, we're doing a bullpen game tonight. They're going to start off with Dylan Lee. And the theory would be for him to go a couple of innings. Now, it really depends on how they want to attack it, if they want to go righty, lefty. My guess would be, just looking at the Red Sox lineup, where they've got Ref Snyder leading off. And Ref Snyder, the Boston left fielder, he's a right-handed bat. So Ref Snyder, Verdugo, so it's going to be righty-lefty, Turner righty, Yoshida lefty. They're pretty much mixed all the way down the line. Righty-lefty, righty-lefty, righty-lefty. So what that means in a bullpen game is that there are certain times when you do a bullpen game, depending on the team who you're facing, where what you end up doing is you pick your spots on when you want your righty or your lefty coming in, because there's certain parts of the order that are more righty or lefty heavy. But this one here looks to be a pretty even down the line. So this would be my guess. This is a total guess. Nothing tells me that I even know what the hell I'm talking about when I say this, but this would be my guess of what they would go with tonight. Dylan Lee goes in, gives you the 2 innings, hopefully. This is assuming everything goes well. Then I would think you're probably going to go Tonkin and then Jesse Chavez. That would be my guess. Now, you could go a couple of different other ways, but if it were me and I were building it, it would be Lee, then Tonkin. Depending on what the score is, you might even go Danny Young. Danny Young pitched last night, but he really didn't throw that many pitches. So you could go righty, lefty, righty, lefty with Lee, Tonkin, Young, and then you build it back to Jesse Chavez. And at that point, that should build you to 5 or 6 innings. Now, Colin McHugh would come into the mix at that point to try to bridge you over to the 7th or 8th, or the 6th or the 7th. Yates pitched last night. AJ Minter pitched last night. Really didn't look that great again, but they got to get him right, because if this team's going to go deep in the playoffs, AJ Minter's going to have to be firing on all cylinders from the left-hand side of the plate. And I do think him trying to be the closer might have messed up his psyche a little bit, because he had some bad outings, and that might take a minute for him to get over. And I've always equated a back of the bullpen pitcher to like a boxer, right? And the back of the bullpen guy has to have a certain kind of psyche. And if he goes out and gets knocked out, they talk about that glass jaw of a boxer, and once it begins, it's hard to go backwards. And one of the reasons is because it gets into their head and they get so preoccupied that they're no longer just trusting their stuff. And that's just like a pitcher, especially when the pitch is in high leverage situations, you get to where you're more worried about what could happen as opposed to going out there saying, I'm the man. I'm going to mow you down. You've got to stop me. I don't have to stop you. Right? And so that might be something that he's going to have to get through. But I believe in AJ Minter. He's shown us time and time again. He's usually a slow starter. And then you get him in the back end of the summer and he's just throwing bullets. If the game is out of hand, one way or the other, whether we're up a bunch or down a bunch, that's when I think you're going to see some Joe Jimenez. That's when I think you'll see some Kirby Yates. If we've got the lead, that's when you're going to see them bridge it into Anderson, maybe even Minter. They might give Minter the night off, but Nick Anderson, and then get it to Raisel Iglesias for the W. So that's how I would build it. I would go Lee, Tonkin, because Tonkin has shown that he can throw 2 or 3 innings sometimes when he goes out. And then if the matchup is right, let's say if you're going to get 2 lefties due up in an inning, I'd go Danny Young. If not, Jesse Chavez. Now, when you look at what is going to go forward with the Braves, if you think of the pitching staff, if you think about the fact that Spencer Strider pitched on Saturday, he can pitch Friday. Braves had 2 days off this week, so that came at a fortuitous time, to be honest with you. Strider can pitch Friday. That would line up for Elder. And not only could he pitch Friday, he'd pitch Friday on an extra day of rest. So it's not like he's being rushed into action. Elder, same situation, could pitch on Saturday, and then you could have Charlie Morton back again on Sunday. And come Monday, everything will be all right. Those of y'all who know that will know that. No, but come Monday, you would have Dylan Dodd eligible to come back up, and you could put him in the Monday slot, or you might decide to go bullpen and have him go Tuesday. But either way, you would then set up with Strider coming back on Wednesday. And then after that, we're off next Thursday. And so Elder would be good to go on Friday, et cetera, et cetera. So what you're probably looking at, unless for some miraculous reason Kyle Wright's good to go. Let's say that you go and you get Strider go on that Wednesday, and that Friday against Seattle, you would have Elder. Then what you would have at that point, along with following it by Morton, and then most likely Dylan Dodd, you wouldn't have to go to that 5th starter until Monday, May 22nd at home against the Dodgers. And so that, even though that seems like a long way away, it'll be here before you know it, and hopefully no one else gets banged up. But the thing about when people start looking at how are we going to build this, you got to figure Dodd is the 4 starter, and then the 5 starter. Look, if Soroka has a good start in the minors between now and then, maybe he does get an opportunity against the Dodgers on May 22nd. They could even push it to one of those games against Seattle. They'd probably try not to, but they could do that. But if not, my guess would be it's either going to be another bullpen game, which would be tough. I'd rather see them just go ahead and bring Schuster up and give him a chance, as well as we're playing. It's not the end of the world if he goes out there and just gets hammered. Because when you look at Friday, May 19th, so that's a week from this Friday, all the way to 2 weeks later, on Friday, June 2nd, the Braves don't have a day off. They're going to play in that stretch 3 against Seattle, 3 against the Dodgers, 4 against Philly, and then 3 at Oakland. And though Oakland is a bad team, that's a tough stretch. That's a really tough stretch, especially because the Oakland is on the road. So you're going to have to try to bridge that, and it's going to be really difficult to try to bridge it without a fifth starter. And I don't think the way it's being portrayed, it doesn't sound like Kyle Wright's going to be back by then. That's fabulous. If for some reason he can slide in there, maybe even if you can bring him back by the Oakland series, that would alleviate some innings off of somebody. But if not, I would just try to, depending on what the standings are looking at, Schuster, Dodd go out there and they pitch okay. Maybe you give them another opportunity. But that 4-game series against Philly and the 3-game series at the beginning of June against the Mets, those are the crucial games because 1 game is worth 2, and that's what you got to be worried about. All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to get you caught up with what's going on around Major League Baseball and jump on a couple other news and notes as the Sarge will be here in just a moment. We'll be talking Braves versus Red Sox Game 2. Be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Keep it locked in here on WQEE. Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Hello there, Frazier. Oh, what fresh hell is this?
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Your true friends are the people in your life that totally get your inside jokes, your unique style, most important, what you want to eat. Taco Bell knows that when you get together with your real friends, it doesn't matter what you're doing, but hey, it might as well be something that everybody can get into, like the Taco and Burrito Cravings Pack with 4 crunchy tacos and 4 beefy 5-layer burritos. So even if you're all sitting around doing absolutely nothing, you know you'll still have a good time. It's Taco Bell's Taco and Burrito Cravings Pack. Get it for the friends that get it.
At Shell, we know from the time you get up to the time you wrap up,
Good night.
there's a lot of meetups, eat-ups, and hurry-ups. So come to Shell and get 3 things done at once. Fill up with Shell V Power Nitro Plus to help keep your engine running like new. Save up with the Fuel Rewards program and never pay full price for gas again. And snack up with in-store rewards to save even more at the pump. Make the most of the stop you need to make with Shell. And engines that continuously use Shell V Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline. See full terms and conditions at fuelrewards.com.
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on the Key and youtube.com at Braves Country. Welcome back. All kinds of games going on here. Pittsburgh is they're down 2. Oh, excuse me. They got 2 on. They're down 1, bottom of the 9th. So they got runners on second and third, 2 out. We'll keep you up to date on what's going on there. It's either going to be choke city or walk-off city. And got a couple of the games that are about to begin. Once again, E-Rod was just dealing today. Unbelievable what he has been up to. And if for some reason they are in it, he could be a lot of fun to watch. If not, he could be a heck of a trade piece. He could be one heck of a trade piece. Because if you look at E-Rod, a lefty who's dealing the way he is, could absolutely bring in a haul. And you got some other games going on. Marlins and Diamondbacks are just getting going. Nationals and Giants, Rangers, Mariners. And the fun one starts around, I think it's 4 o'clock, 4:10, somewhere in that neighborhood. 4:05. Blue Jays versus Phillies today. And that's going to be really good pitching matchup. Or should be a good pitching matchup. We'll see. Gausman versus Zach Wheeler. Mets and Red Sox 40. Kind of talked about this earlier, but I think that's going to be a good matchup as well. We'll see if Hunter Green wants to take that next step, but he's starting to inch that way. He really is. He's starting to inch towards the possible ace type of pitcher, not this year and maybe not next year, but it kind of reminds you of, remember when Max Fried was starting to make his moves? And Johnson just struck out the batter for Pittsburgh. So and he was flailing away at that freaking curveball. I don't know who this guy was hitting for Pittsburgh, but whoever he is, man, if you ever threw him anything straight again, you're a moron. He was just up there swatting at it. Looked like me trying to kill a fly in the house, just, with no fly swatter, just waving around at it. He had no chance. So that game is in the books. And like I said, Texas, Seattle just getting going. What's funny is I was looking at this last night. If you look at the National League East, the only other team with a winning record over the last 10 games in the National League East is the Washington Nationals. They're 6-4. The rest of the division is under 500 over the last 10 games. Washington, I've been watching them from time to time just because they're happening to play teams, pitchers that I've been keeping an eye on. They're a scrappy little team this year. They're not going to threaten the playoffs. I know that. But they're not the Oakland A's either. They're not just rolling over and taking it. They are a team that is going to be a pain in the rear to a lot of teams down the stretch, which is good for Atlanta because Atlanta normally plays well against the Nationals, and the Mets normally scuffle against the Nationals. But they've got some young, interesting players that are starting to play well, so they're getting much better pitching than I expected them to get. And the biggest thing that I see with the Nationals when I watch their games, they put the ball in play. They don't have a lot of strikeouts. They put the ball in play. And anytime you put the ball in play, you give yourself a fighting chance. You really do. I get it. If you got the big home run hitters, you're going to live with the strikeouts. It's a part of it. It's why we continue to put Matt Olson at the top of the lineup, because when he gets into one, look out. But if you have guys who aren't hitting the ball out of the stadium, if they can put the ball in play, that's huge. That is enormous. And I do believe at this point, when you look at the way the division is going, it's exactly the way I thought it was going. Philadelphia is starting to inch their way up. And that's going to be the team that I believe we're going to have to worry about for the rest of the summer. I still believe that we're the best team in the National League, not just the National League East. But you can't take anything for granted. If you take things for granted, next thing you know, you're the 2022 New York Mets, sitting there with the 10-game lead in, what was it, May 31st, going into June 1st, they had a 10-game lead. Or actually, I think it was 10.5-game lead, and they blew the lead. Atlanta came back. And that's the thing about baseball, is that you can get on a losing streak a hell of a lot easier than you can get on a winning streak. That's why I'm always like on the edge of my seat with every game with the Atlanta Braves, because it is difficult to go off and win 13 in a row like we did last year. But it's not that hard to all of a sudden turn around and lose 7 in a row. You get a couple of bad outings or one bad turn through your entire starting pitching rotation. The bullpen spit in the bit, you're not hitting for whatever reason, because bad hitting becomes contagious as hell for every baseball team. It's been like that since the beginning of time. One or two guys start going into a slump, seems like the whole team does. I see the question about the Olsen home run. I believe it wasn't one of his longer ones. I want to say it was 424. But he just absolutely balloon shot it. I mean, it was a no-doubter. He hit the ball, and you knew the moment he made contact, it was gone. Not just from the pitcher's reaction, who gave a big old, nerds, but just when Olsen knows he has one, he just kind of puts his head down and goes into his stroll. It was a no-doubter. It had a higher launch angle than a lot of his home runs, so it didn't go quite as far, but it was a no-doubter. I think it left the bat at, I think they said 106, 107 miles an hour, something like that. Yeah, the Acuna reaction was hilarious. Acuna knew it. He was just like, that's gone. He just pointed to the sky. Acuna was standing on first for folks who didn't catch highlights of the game or whatever, but he was standing on first. That ball took off, and he just pointed to the sky. It was like, it's gone. It kind of reminded me of like when you get a quarterback who hits a receiver on a slant and he knows it's gone and he starts running with them. There's no real reason to run with them, but you're just so excited. It kind of reminded me of that. But tonight we get game number 2, and Sarge is on the way. He's up in arms about it. So the Red Sox, before that series, they had at one point they had a 7-game winning streak. And he's wanting to talk about this, and I'm going to have to ask him what he meant by this, because he's talking about the 7-game winning streak. But he acted as though they went up against chopped liver. Those are pretty good teams that they beat. They beat Cleveland, Toronto, and Philadelphia on their 7-game win streak. They lost just before they played Atlanta in the 3rd game of the series against Philly. But I mean, those are three teams that are going to be in the playoff hunt the entire year. And it wouldn't shock me if at least 2 of those teams make the playoffs. The series going into Toronto, though, I'm interested to see how. I mean, I would assume they haven't announced it yet, but I would assume it's got to be Strider on Friday. If Strider's not going on Friday, we've got a problem. Because Strider pitched on Saturday. That would be 5 days of rest, so his 6th day. You would think that he's going on Friday. And they've got Strider listed as Saturday. That doesn't make any sense. I think they haven't updated it since Fried went on the IL. I would tend to think it would be Strider, Elder, and Charlie. And then Monday, you might get either A, another bullpen game, or B, they bring up Dodd. They might wait to bring up Dodd until that Tuesday. Because I can't imagine you want to go 2 bullpen games back to back. I don't know why the hell you'd want to do that. Unless there's something that they're looking at long term. They're trying to, which I always think that's dangerous when you try to set up your rotation because you want certain guys to pitch against certain teams 3 weeks away. That's a dangerous road to go down. Because you cannot predict any of this stuff, and you might as well try to get the W's you can when they're right in front of you. The Marlins and Diamondbacks, by the way, they are underway. Let me get that. I guess it's already adjusted for me. Diamondbacks playing really good baseball. I know a lot of folks don't pay attention in Braves country to West Coast teams, but the Diamondbacks have been a pretty pleasant surprise out there out in the AL West, and we're not quite at Memorial Day. When you get to Memorial Day, I feel like you've got contenders and pretenders at that point. And the Braves, by the way, a couple of things. A, they went out and signed a minor league deal with Chad Pinder. He's a utility guy. He can play all over the place. He can play in the outfield, play in the infield. 31 years old. No, he's not the second coming of Mickey Mantle or anything like that, but he did have 12 home runs last year for Oakland. So keep an eye on that, because I do believe that he's going to end up in Atlanta before it's all said and done. I think the game plan would be is that you let Shoemake go back down to the minors, get him regular at bats, and you bring a guy like Pinder up. That way you could continue to develop Shoemake, and a guy like Pinder can go all over the place. And Pinder hit just over 200 this year. He was released by Washington, but that's because Washington's going with the youth movement. They've got some young guys they want to see. I would rather have Pinder on my bench than, let's say, Adrianza, because Adrianza is an automatic out. He has been for 3-4 years now. It's like the Camargo thing all over again. We fall in love with these players because they come up in our system, and then the fans just can't let it go. They can't let that go, like they can't let go of the fact that we're not trading Ozuna. Nobody wants him. Last year, Ozuna was offered to the Washington Nationals for Patrick Corbin. Straight up. Would have been a terrible deal for the Braves. They would have had to have eat like 100 and, what was it? I had it figured up at the time, but compared to what they owed Ozuna, they would have had to have eat another $50 million on top. Because he is, on contract with the Nationals for 3 seasons. Ozuna for 2. Corbin can't get anybody out. He's terrible. The Nationals turned down the deal. Nobody wants him. And the simple fact of the matter is, if they trade Ozuna, it means he has started to hit well enough to where the Braves are no longer going to want to trade him. They're not going to trade Ozuna if he's out there mashing the ball. And they can't trade Ozuna if he's not mashing the ball. You're in a catch-22 because he makes too much money. He just does. All right, we got to take a quick break. Top of the hour. Sarge is coming in. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country, HD, and 99.1 FM, WQEE. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. Got a full slate of games of Major League Baseball here on Wednesday, May 10th. Many of them day games. Will keep you up to date on all the scores as the show rolls along. Early games that are in action today. You had Rockies and Pirates, A's and Yankees, along with the Dodgers and Brewers, Tigers and Guardians, Marlins and Diamondbacks, Rangers and Mariners. And the Nationals are at the Giants. All those games before 4 p.m. Eastern. These games starting 4:05 Eastern. Blue Jays are at the Phillies today. Good pitching matchup. Kevin Gausman versus Zach Wheeler. The New York Mets are at the Reds at 6:40. Verlander and Hunter Green. Should be a pretty good matchup. At 7:20, Game 2 of Braves versus Red Sox. Braves are turning towards the bullpen, so it's a bullpen game for the Atlanta Braves. And the Red Sox will put Bello on the mound, 1-1 with a 5.71 ERA. Atlanta's minus 160 on the money line. The over-under is 10. Other early afternoon games, Astros at Angels, 4:07 Eastern. Christian Javier versus Griffin Canning. At 6:35 Eastern, you got the Rays are at the Orioles. Beeks and Kramer going head-to-head. It's the rubber match of the Baltimore-Tampa Bay series. White Sox are at the Royals tonight. Lance Lynn versus Keller. And the Padres are at the Twins. Seth Lugo versus Pablo Lopez. 7:40 tonight. Believe it or not, the late pitch in Major League Baseball. Jordan Montgomery and the St. Louis Cardinals versus Justin Steele and the Chicago Cubs. Steele with a 5-0 record and a 1.45 ERA. The NBA playoffs keep rolling along tonight. Doubleheader on TNT. The Miami Heat are at the New York Knicks. Miami can close it out. They lead that series 3-1. The Knicks are a 3.5-point favorite. 209 is the over-under. Same situation in San Francisco. The Los Angeles Lakers can close out the Warriors 10 o'clock Eastern. That game also on TNT. Golden State is a 7.5-point favorite. 226 is the over-under. In the National Hockey League, Maple Leafs are at the Panthers. Florida leads that series 3-0. Toronto minus 115 on the money line, over under 6.5. Golden Knights minus 195 at the Edmonton Oilers. Vegas leads the series 2-1. That game is at 10 o'clock. Both games can be seen on ESPN. And the Atlanta Braves are in agreement with free agent utility man Chad Pinder. It's a minor league contract reported by Justin Toscano of the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. It's the third minor league deal of the season for the longtime A's utility man. He signed with the Reds over the winter but struggled in spring training, hitting just 103. After being informed he wouldn't make the opening day roster, he opted out and signed with the Nationals. Pinder spent a little over a month in Washington, hitting .218 with 62 plate appearances. Last year, In Oakland, Chad Pinter hit 12 home runs. The 31-year-old can play virtually anywhere on the diamond. A good utility pickup for the Atlanta Braves. He'll start out in the minor leagues, could work his way to the majors, and adding depth on the bench. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com at Braves Country.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's the Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
We live in a world now that welcomes and nurtures the screwball in all of us. Hey, it's a new decade, people. Time to get a little nutty. Treat yourself to Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, a smooth flavor that combines two of America's favorites, peanut butter and American whiskey. So no more social awkwardness. Time to embrace who you truly are. Get out there and make friends. And be sure it starts with Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. It's available nearly everywhere. Learn more at screwballwhiskey.com. Infinium Spirits. Please enjoy responsibly.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes one free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
You gave birth in a tub? Yeah, it's a really nice transition from womb to world, you know, kind of like a big womb.
So you're in the tub with everything?
Oh, yeah, the afterbirth floats, yeah.
Must be like the tide at Omaha Beach.
Welcome back. Hour number 2, Braves Country today. Rolling along here on a game number 2. And joining us today is the Sarge. Sarge, how are you today, sir?
I am doing well. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, good. Let's hope that keeps up.
Are you in the back of a patrol car? Or what did you do?
No, yeah. I went streaking up through the quad. No, my kid's got a game at 5, so about 4:30, we're going to be pulling out of here, heading up to the field. So I just hopped in the passenger seat, figured I'd start it here. So hopefully we stay connected throughout the whole time, because I don't know how this works. This is the first time I've ever done it this way.
Nationals, they just went up 4-0. I don't know if that was a grand slam. Someone had a home run, and it's 4-0. Man, he pounded that ball. Sean Manaea. Oof. He is the old gray mare ain't what she used to be. Looking at last night's game. So I found it interesting. One of the things that you sent me talking about coming off the 7-game win streak and whether or not, can't remember how you put it, but basically, was it a fluke? Are they frauds?
No, I said, did the Red Sox, do you think it's a fluke, or do you think the Red Sox found something?
Now, were you referring to who they were playing? Because I mean, 7 games against Cleveland, Toronto, and Philadelphia, that's pretty impressive.
Right. That's what I said. I mean, they weren't playing a bottom barrel team the whole time. So I was just curious. Do you think?
I thought you were saying that, you know, we weren't playing the best teams out there and we won 7 in a row. So is that okay. So, I mean, I'm looking at who pitched those days. And I mean, you went out there and you beat Wheeler, you beat Gaussman, you beat Manoah. I know the entire team's involved, but I'm talking about who the starters were that day.
Yeah.
I would think that if you're a Boston Red Sox fan sitting here on May 10th, you're pleasantly surprised on the way the season's going.
Yeah. Yeah. I just it's great. Don't get me wrong. I am. I wish the Rays would lose a couple here and there so we could actually gain some ground, you know. I mean, we won 7 in a row and we're still only a half a game ahead of the Yankees, you know. I mean, and we're 8 games out right now from.
Yeah, I think you have to. I think you have to change your focus from the division and start focusing on the wild card. And then look, if you get hot and the Rays fall off, okay, fair enough. Then you start looking at the division. But I think you have to really look at. There's 3 wild cards to get in, right? It's not like it used to be, where it was incredibly difficult to get the wild card. I mean, heck, remember back when there was 1 wild card? I never even focused on the wild card unless that was the absolutely only thing that I had to look at, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was.
Now you're talking about 2 more wild cards, so 3 total get in.
Now, can you get all of does it have to be a certain amount from every division, or is it?
No, it's the best 3.
Good. Yeah, I'm not looking at the division right now. The wild card would be.
When I look at the wild card right now, the Red Sox are if it ended today, which obviously it won't, we're only 35 games in, but if it ended today, the Red Sox would be the number 3 wild card.
Okay. We pitched Sale came out. He pitched 2 games in that 7-game spread and pitched well. Throwing, that series of pitches against when Bryce Harper made his first at bat since he came back in Philly. Sale struck him out on 4 pitches, and the least speed velocity wise was 98. The other 3 were 99. They took a minute and let Bryce Harper accept the fans and everything. Sale doesn't like that, so he just took it out on him, and it was awesome. He did get a homer the third time around. Don't get me wrong, but it wasn't on Sale. But yeah, it was. The Phillies games were exciting, but the Toronto games, man, were just awesome. They were fun. It was back and forth a lot. I'm
That's what I
encouraged.
fully expect this weekend as the Braves go to Toronto. I fully expect shootouts, especially in that stadium where the Rogers Center. I haven't really looked at the Rogers Center, but they redid the place. So this will be my first actual look at it because I don't watch a lot of Toronto games. I did see some of the pictures. It's pretty neat the way they redid a few things in there. But the Blue Jays, that's a powerful team. They're built on offense, and they've got pretty good starting pitching. But if you can get to that bullpen, that's how you get to Toronto. Now, the way I look at the American League wild card right now, I think 2 teams are going to come out of the East, if not 3. But I do think 2 teams are coming out of the East. I think 1 team's coming out of the West. There's not going to be a team from the Central come out for the wild card. I don't see how it could happen. Some team would have to be living on cloud 9 and get incredibly hot. And by the way, you'd have to have 2 teams in that division get incredibly hot because one of them is going to win the division. So I put the Central aside and say, look, if you're a Red Sox or an Oriole fan or whatever, and you're looking at the wild card right now, you're trying to beat out. Let's take it from the Red Sox perspective. You're trying to beat out Toronto, Baltimore, and the Yankees right now. You're trying to be one of those top 3 teams there. And just underneath that are the teams in the West. A game, 2.5 games back. Someone's going to win the division, obviously. But right now you've got the Angels, the Mariners, the Astros, and the Rangers. And they're all sitting there at around 500 or better.
Yeah, we're got a West Coast trip coming up, and I don't pay attention to any West Coast baseball. But I mean, we've got Seattle, the Angels, we've got the Padres. So it's going to be pretty.
Hopefully y'all beat up Seattle, because Seattle comes to Atlanta next Friday, I believe it is. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. The nastiest customer that you're going to deal with,
Ohtani,
is on the mound right now, which is Castillo.
Or you're talking about with the Mariners?
Right.
Okay, with the Mariners, yeah.
What did I say?
No, you said, I thought you said with the California trip.
Oh. I thought you said what you said, Spider. I thought what you said.
No, I thought you said on the California trip, and I was like, well, the hardest pitcher we're going to face is Ohtani. And Ohtani is a Red Sox killer. He loves to wait to the 9th inning to crank him over the fence against us. So that'll be fun.
Well, the thing about the Angels is they don't have a lot of great pitching, so you can usually outscore them. And for whatever reason, Mike Trout has been struggling mightily against right-handed hitting this year, which is not typical for him.
No.
But I saw a statistic on him this morning, and he's hitting, is it 170 something against right-handed pitching? And I'm sure it's just a matter of time before he, comes out of that. But It is interesting because you don't typically expect that.
Not from him, no. I mean,
that American League wildcard race is going to be a muddled mess. I'd say if you count the division leaders right now, 8 teams, but if you don't count them, there's 6 teams. I'll call it 7 teams that I would take seriously in the AL wild card. And 4 of them are in the AL East, and the other 3 are in the AL West. The National League wild card, I think, is going to be a much smaller sample size. That's why I still think the Mets are going to be okay. The Phillies are going to be okay no matter what, because they're going to have an opportunity to make a trade at the trading deadline, or trades at the trading deadline, to be able to work their way in there. I think the combined total wins of the teams that make it in the American League wild card is going to be much higher than the National League. Because the National League right now, if you look at, let's see, okay, the number 3 team in the National League wild card right now is the Padres, and they would be sitting 7th, 6th in the American League. And we're just, 35, 36 games into the season. So it's going to continue. The gap is going to be like that. And it's not going to be a situation where you're like, well, we're all going to beat each other up, et cetera, because they've taken that out of the equation now. Now you only play your division rival 12 times in a year. It used to be 19.
Yeah.
So you got to look at that as advantage Red Sox for the fact that you're not going to see the Tampa Bay Rays 19 times this year. Right?
Or the Yankees. Or
Orioles or Blue Jays. Those games have been replaced with games against, the White Sox and the Oakland Athletics and stuff like that.
Yeah, it definitely benefits us. We're going to need a lot of help. And so, any ifs and advantages.
Oh man, I didn't mean to laugh. I'm watching the Toronto Philadelphia game, and there was a grounder over to first base. Toronto's on defense. I don't know who's playing first base for I don't believe it's Vlad. Let me look at the replay. No, actually that was Vlad. He is sitting on his wallet, I'd say about 25, 30 feet away from the bag. And he's trying to throw the ball to Gausman, who's coming from the from the pitcher's mound over to first to cover the play, right? I believe it was Bryce Harper who was running down the line. He throws this ball. It was closer to home plate than it was first base. What was even funnier was the pitcher, Gausman, was running. He tried to actually run and catch the ball. He jumps up like it looked like one of us trying to slam dunk a basketball, just waving our hand in the air everywhere. It's like he's nowhere near the damn ball. And all I can think of is that guy's making around 20-something million a year right now.
Yeah, we're in the way wrong business, man.
Yeah. Stay in school, kids.
Yeah. Eat your vegetables. Yeah.
What a bad defensive play that was. But you know what? That's what I typically expect when you get Toronto and Philadelphia together. It is not going to be a defensive battle. It's basically a slow pitch softball game.
What did you used to call the AL East arena ball?
Yeah. Arena baseball.
Arena baseball, yeah.
Well, the Phillies have taken it to a new level because when they go out to sign free agents now, they don't give a damn about your defensive metrics. In fact, that might hurt you. If you go to sit down, because dude, I won a Gold Glove last year. Oh, we don't want any of that nonsense. That gets in the way. That just slows our offense down. Playing good defense. You're going to tell me that you're going to be out there taking grounders pregame and not in the batting cage? What the hell, man?
Yeah. Why don't you go play in Oakland or something? You know.
It's 4:20. Smoke them if you got them. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Triple decker burn!
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives. He was there beside.
Lock in and lock down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Hockey season, and that means new merch over at ourdragonsmerch.com. Get the latest designs and some of our fun new souvenirs ahead of what's sure to be a great hockey season. Celebrate another season of River Dragons hockey by getting a new look to wear on game days, or surprise the big-time sports fan in your life with a new keepsake that will make them a River Dragons fan for life. Order online right now at ourdragonsmerch.com. That's the letter R, dragonsmerch.com. We'll see you at the rink.
Hey, sports fans. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. That's Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Don't you understand? This pool is our bootstraps, and it's lifting us up into the middle class, dude.
Well, just accept the fact that you're white trash, all right? Take a look at yourself. You can't do backflips. You don't know karate. You're white trash.
Welcome back. Braves country today. You got Braves country baseball coming your way. 7:20 first pitch. We'll step away for a little bit. We're going to keep the feet up. Meant to do it yesterday, and like an idiot, I stopped the feet, so I had to go back through all that nonsense again and get it going again. But we will keep the feet up during the break, and then reconvene just before Braves versus Red Sox. And tonight, Tones is going to join us for the broadcast, so it should be a lot of fun. So you're heading to watch your daughter play what? Is it softball?
Softball, yeah.
Okay. Well, that's pretty cool.
Yep. She's it's her first year ever even picking a ball up, and coach said she's the most pure freshman hitter that he's coached in 3 years. She does, fielding's a bit of an issue, but again, she just started like 2 months ago, and so
yeah, I mean, come on, it's her first year.
Yeah, and you can't tell her that though. She struck out the other day, and
Vladimir Guerrero Jr.'s been playing his whole life, and he still can't field the position.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's been fun to watch. I got her batting cage built downstairs and everything, and it's good time. So coming up on the end of the season, and so go Toledo Christian, go get them.
I've heard about the nightmares of the prices that they charge for these bats nowadays. Someone was on the radio yesterday talking about, I don't know, they're $300-400 a bat.
Yeah, some of them. I went to Marketplace, and one of my colleagues, he's a recruiter. His son is like the number 7 catcher and number 7 player in the state of Ohio. He's a catcher, and so they have a lot of equipment, so I just bought some off of him because otherwise I'd have to mortgage the house again.
Well, I guess what happens is as they go up and play more in the top tier competitive ranks or whatnot, not only do you have keeping up with the Joneses going on where, Sally wants the same bat that Jesse wants, right? But then you also have the fact that I guess certain classes you can only have certain bats, and those get pricey. And the guy who was talking about it was saying that I guess these softball bats tend to cave in too. So you're not on, and even though there's warranties, you're still out of pocket and all this stuff going on. I was like, my God, they've got a racket going on.
Yeah. A lot of those bats I've seen, it looks like you tried to knock a flagpole down with them. They're dented so badly. And you can't use them then. So
right. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can only use them to, beat the neighbors with or something, right? But the next thing you know, people want to look down upon that.
Taking all the fun out of being a neighbor.
People nowadays, man, I don't know what the hell I
don't know.
Yeah. you get one failure to appear, and the next thing you know, they think you're a flight risk. I don't know.
All of a sudden.
Next thing you know.
I've seen it 100 times.
Looking at today's game, so tell me about Brian Bella.
He's young. He looks about 12. He's a thrower, not a pitcher yet. Would be the best way I could describe him. Like I said, very young, but talented.
Is he a guy they've got high expectations for, or is this guy just kind of holding a spot until?
I think they really are hoping to keep him on the roster throughout the year. I don't think they're just taking a look at him anymore. I think he has such a great spring training, and he's keeping us in games. So, but the thing is, like I said, he's a thrower, not a pitcher. So a lot of it is just, he's at 107 pitches in the 5th inning. I think once he gets a little more games under his belt, I think that's going to change. I don't see him going anywhere so far the way he's pitched.
What is the deal with Pivetta? Because I swear every time I've ever seen the Braves go up against Pivetta, and this goes back to when he was in Philly. He is he is the most Jekyll and Hyde pitcher I've ever seen. Because whenever and now I don't watch him on a daily basis like you do, but what I've seen is he is out there throwing darts and you can't touch him. He goes 6 scoreless, and you're like, thank God he's out of the game. Or he's getting tattooed in the first inning, and it seems like there's no in between. What do you see on a regular basis with Nick Pivetta?
With Pivetta, oh my God, he's. I like Nick, but some days, like you said, some days he looks like it's his first game, and then he goes out another game and he's this wiry veteran that nobody can touch. I think he's working on things, and major league batters have figured out the rest of his pitches, and he's like maybe focusing on putting another pitch in or something like that. I can't really put my finger on it, but when he is hittable, he doesn't fool anybody.
Yeah, I mean, he was last night. First of all, he was having a hard time just getting strikes over, but he wasn't blowing anybody away. But I know there's been times we've gone up against him that I'm like, my God, this guy's got good stuff.
Yeah,
I just almost wonder if he might be better off in the back end of the bullpen.
I don't know if he's ever been a bullpen guy. He's always been a starter for us. But remember, I can't think of his name for anything. He wound up going. He came from Detroit, the pitcher, and then pitched well for us for like 5 years. I can't remember his name. I can see his face, but he was kind of like that too. He was on, he was off, and then all of a sudden he put everything together and won 19 games for us. But I don't know. No, I'm talking about Price never won 19 for us.
Well, he might have over a 7-year span.
Yeah.
Zing.
It was worth every penny. Oh God, I can see his face. Never mind, it doesn't matter.
I'll tell you something that made me think of you today with the Red Sox. Have you seen what Erod has been doing in Detroit?
I heard he had a rough start.
He has been unhittable.
Oh, of course he has.
He's got like a 1.65 or a 1. It's either 1.65 or 1.57 ERA this year. He spun 7 scoreless today against Cleveland. Last week, he went toe-to-toe with Verlander and beat him and didn't give up a run. I don't know where his scoreless run streak is at, but I was watching the game, watched quite a bit of it. And, I mean, man, he is just dotting the ball all over the place. Strong. He reminds me of what he looked like when he first came up, to Boston. I mean, he's been phenomenal. I thought when they signed him as a free agent, I was like, what a disaster this is going to be. And he's actually looked really damn good.
Yeah, Dombrowski loves him. That's why he went over to Detroit. And,
well, I can tell you this right now. If the votes were in tomorrow morning, Erod would win the American League Cy Young. That's how dominant he's been.
Wow. Well, I mean, good for him, I guess. I liked him, but he was pretty frustrating at times. But, I mean, everybody has a bad day.
You need to go back and get him.
God, nobody watches.
You go back and make that trade, baby.
Well, maybe at the deadline,
So what was this? You were telling me about Matsutaka Yoshida had not missed a single ball all May until last night?
Until last night, he had not had a swing and a miss in the month of May.
So you're not talking
He
about
had a
just
16
not having a strikeout. You're talking about he had not missed a ball.
He hadn't swung and missed the ball one time until last night. Old Charlie Morton and Uncle Charlie Bender, that curveball got him last night. But I heard that this morning, and I was like, I had to have misheard that. And then I clicked on the link, and it said he had not swung and missed a single pitch in the month of May until Charlie Morton's curveball last night.
Of course, most folks will say that'll happen when you're going up against the Phillies and the Blue Jays pitching.
No, that doesn't happen. I mean, you swing and
they're
miss.
just lobbing it. They're just doing underhand slow pitch.
But that's pretty impressive to go. I mean, what is it, the 10th today? He went 9 days and either got called out on strikes or they didn't say he didn't strike out. But he got a 16-game hitting streak going on. In the last 9 days, everything he swung at, he made contact.
Yeah,
that's insane.
That threw me for a loop because you don't expect Charlie. Like, if you told me that and Spencer Strider is the one that mowed him down, it wouldn't have shocked me. But Charlie, Charlie's got a phenomenal curveball. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
but
it's 12-6.
But when you look at the fact that he struck out on 3 pitches, all 3 of them whiffing at, that's what's remarkable about it.
Right. Do they not throw curveballs in Japan?
Not like the way Charlie Morton be up there.
Not Charlie Morton curveballs, I guess. But a lot of teams can say that. So, I couldn't believe it. I tried to watch as much of the game as I could last night. I was working, but I've gotten to where I wanted to see if his streak was going to continue. So every time they would announce him, I'd stick my eyes up. I always did for, Rafi and for him while the streak was going. And I was like, well, that streak, all streaks come to an end, and he went out in grand fashion. He didn't touch the ball. I mean, I don't even think one of them was a foul, honestly. I think he was whiffers every time. But that doesn't happen every day. I mean, you go 9 days and make contact every time you swing. That's
the biggest thing that I see about Brian Bello, who's going to be on the mound tonight for the Red Sox versus the Braves. 17 innings pitched and has given up 24 hits.
Yeah. Like I said, he's a thrower. He's not a pitcher yet.
4 home runs, which isn't it's really not that big of a number in nowadays baseball, 17 innings, 4 home runs, but the 24 hits to me sticks out.
Right.
19 to 6 strikeout to walk ratio is not bad at all.
No.
What does he top out at?
Yeah, he throws hard. Yeah, he's mid 90s to upper 90s if I remember his fastball. I think he has 2 pitches. I can't remember if the other one is I want to say sinker, but I could be wrong about that. So the fastball, it looks exactly like a fastball till it's not. And I think that's how he's kind of made his living so far, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm not mixing him up with another pitcher. But and you look at this guy, Dave, this kid, he looks like he's in the 10th grade. He doesn't, I don't think he's ever shaved. He doesn't, like even his uniform's a little baggy on him. It's like he's at a father-son game or something. But he's got a thunderbolt for an arm, so.
Well, the Braves are going with a bullpen game tonight.
Yeah, I heard somebody went on the IL, correct, for the Braves. Was that the reason why?
Yeah, arguably the best left-hander in baseball. Max Fried's on the IL.
Fried, that's right.
He's left forearm soreness, forearm strain. They did imaging. They said that it came back where he's not going to need any kind of surgery. That's the good news. The bad news is They say that a lot about these pitchers, and then they come back a couple of weeks later and go, "Oh, my bad, Tommy John."
Yeah.
So I'm still a little hesitant. When it first,
Well, they said that about
it.
What, 7 months?
What's that?
They said that about Sale for 7 months, and then 2 days after the season's over, wait a second. I'd like to change my answer, please.
Yeah, he Freed. What they're expecting is that he's going to have to be shut down for around 2 or 3 weeks, best case scenario, and then he's got to build himself back up. So I think best case scenario end of June is when he will be back. I don't see him being back any weeks because if you shut a guy down for 2 or 3 weeks, every time they say that, it ends up being 4 weeks, and then you need 2 weeks for him to build himself back up. So I think best case scenario would be end of June, beginning of July. And look, if he's ready to roll and pitch the rest of the season, I'm fine with it because we're off to a really good start. We want to make sure that he's there for October.
Sure.
But it's worrisome because he has had Tommy John. He had Tommy John in 2014. He said didn't feel like it did back then, so that's another positive. But he also said that
when you really start to worry about Tommy John is when they get that tingle in the elbow, right? Is that correct?
Right, but a lot of times it starts with forearm tightness.
Oh, correct.
So that's why everyone's antennas went up. When the news first came out, I was thinking that they were just giving him an extra couple of days of rest because he had gone around 110 pitches on Friday night. And I was thinking they're just going to give him a couple extra days rest because they extra day off. But then they put him on the IL. I was like, well, evidently it's a little more serious than what I...
Well, maybe, this early in the season, they're just erring on the side of caution. I mean, it's not unheard of.
There's definitely discomfort, which tells me that he's not able to throw.
Yeah.
I saw a thing on a guy. I'd heard his name before, but he was a little before our time. I saw the thing on a guy this morning. I think his last name was Richard. I want to say it was JP. He was a starting pitcher for the Houston Astros in either 1979 or 1980, somewhere in that neighborhood. He was a flamethrower, right? He makes the All-Star team for the Houston Astros in that year. And everyone was questioning his grit, so to speak, because he was taking himself out of games and saying that he just had a tingling in his hand and just didn't feel right. So I'm expecting this story to end with he ended up having Tommy John, and back then you didn't come back from it, right?
Right.
No. So this guy pitches in the All-Star game. They show him he's mowing guys down. He pitches 6 days later after the All-Star game and comes out in the third or fourth inning, takes himself out. And it's either that day or the next day collapses from a stroke.
What?
Never pitches again. That's not something that you can put Tommy John surgery on.
That's going to require more than a Band-Aid, man. Come on.
But yeah, had a stroke. I mean, he was like, I don't know, 25, 26 years old.
God.
And can you imagine, because that was the same Astros team. They were talking about the best pitcher in baseball that year for the Houston Astros. I expect to see Nolan Ryan to come into
yeah.
Right? That was also, that was the days of Mike Scott and whatnot. I mean, they had some arm. Yeah. And maybe that's why I'd heard the name growing up. Maybe I'd heard broadcasters talking about him. But, man, that's brutal. A stroke. I bet everyone felt like a bunch of horses' butts. Well, come on, man.
How would they possibly see that coming? he's 25. You don't expect strokes at 25.
No, but I'm saying that there were a lot of folks, because it was a different time then, that were questioning his toughness because he was asking out of games.
Yeah, not everybody was going to get hit in the face like Nolan Ryan and come back out the next inning with blood all over his jersey.
Yeah, so they were questioning his toughness, and the next thing you know, stroke. Now, you don't expect that to pop up on the IL blotter on the bottom line.
Right. That's awful, though. I mean, hopefully
I wouldn't be shocked to find out that I had a stroke because of Max Fried going and get Tommy John surgery, but you don't expect the player to have a stroke.
Or a diet or something like that,
I mean, 26, 27. I mean, he was young. It wasn't an aging pitcher. He was young. He was a prospect. He was like one of the top ones in baseball, flamethrower. They showed the clip of the All-Star game, blew a ball right by a guy, and it had been clocked at 101 miles an hour. And back then, there's talk now that the radar from back then was drastically slower than what it is today. So in other words, what they have compilated is when you saw Nolan Ryan throwing 100, 101 miles an hour, now I don't know if this is true, but this is what they're saying, right? Who's they? I don't know. That's who they always say. That's what they say. But
they say a lot, yes.
They do say a lot. And they say that Nolan Ryan's 101 miles an hour would have equated to about 106, 107, maybe even 108 today. I don't know if that's true, but when you see the replay of Nolan Ryan throwing darts, it doesn't shock me because I'm like, dude, half the time you don't even see the ball go, just thump, thump.
Yeah, when I was 10 or 11 years old, the Astros had their spring training right across from my school. I begged my mom to let me slip out at lunch, cross the road, and go. And she's like, no, you're not skipping school for baseball or whatever. I'm like, Mom, Nolan Ryan's pitching today. All right, don't tell your daddy. And I left earlier than I was supposed to because I wanted to see Ryan's bullpen session. And then I get home and Mom's like, well, did you get to see Nolan Ryan? I said, well, no, I heard Nolan Ryan, but I didn't see him pitch because you don't see the ball. You hear it. You hear the ball that he was pitching just fly by and pop the mitt. It's insane.
Yeah, he was something else.
He was like 48 at that point, too.
There are certain guys that get things physically that will always make me go, I'll never see it again. And whether or not they were the best in their sports, not the point. The point is, physically, they did something different that we haven't seen. Because everyone wants to argue about like the greatest of all time in basketball, right? And some will say this, some will say that. But what you can't argue is Michael Jordan jumped differently than everybody else, right? Nolan Ryan threw differently than everybody else.
Yeah. Dan Marino threw different than everybody else.
Yeah, normally to the wrong team, but yes.
Is that nice?
No, it wasn't supposed to be. 20 years I watched that guy lose. I got the right. 20
years you watched him lose. Come on. The guy threw 44 points a game and still lost. It's not his fault. They had no defense.
He can go out there and make a tackle every once in a while.
With his broken up legs, yeah, that'll work.
But like, if you go through certain things, I'll never see this again. One of them is Nolan Ryan just blowing people away, especially because back then, nowadays it seems like every kid's got a 100-mile-an-hour fastball, right?
Yeah.
Back then, nobody did.
No, it was 92.
And he would play it for 8 or 9 innings.
What was that? He pitched 170 pitches in one game one time and then came back 3 days later on short rest for the playoff game and won. It was like 160, 170 pitch. It was ridiculous. Like, we'll never see that again. And the craziest thing is he never won a Cy Young. The guy has 7 no-hitters.
Yeah, but if you look at his stats, I had a buddy text me this the other day. So I can't believe, because he was watching the documentary, and he was like, I can't believe Nolan Ryan never won a Cy Young. I was like, man, if you go back and look at his stats year to year, he never had the most outstanding year. See, a Hall of Famer, absolutely, but he never had the most outstanding year. So that's why I've always argued. I've heard these arguments before, going, well, I can't put a pitcher in unless he's got the Cy Young. I can't put a hitter in unless he's an MVP. That's an asinine statement when you only give out one a year. You know?
Or you can't put a quarterback in because he never won a Super Bowl. No. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and, you know, especially if you start talking about other sports with MVPs, unless you're going to start making it a rule they can only win one, then I can't live with that argument.
Yeah.
Because it seems like in basketball, they just take turns. 3 guys take turns winning MVPs over like a decade, right?
Right, and it's usually lasting. Yeah.
Yeah, in football, they give it to the quarterback who had the most commercials that year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But in baseball, they still give it to the best guy at his position. You know, batting or pitching, but
Which I disagree with that, with the pitching. You win the Cy Young, you're the best pitcher that year. You shouldn't get MVP as well. That's my opinion.
No, but when they do, it makes it special, because you're like, that guy.
Yeah, I mean, of course it does, but I think.
Well, you know, we just lost Vida Blue, passed away a couple of days ago. Vida Blue won the AL MVP, I think, in 71.
71. Yeah, 71. Yeah. He won the MVP and the Cy Young. Yeah. Yeah.
That's a little bit before my time, but I'm sure you can tell me what it was like, and I'm sure it was just phenomenal to watch.
Yeah, I was. I just graduated college at that point. Yeah, so yeah, getting ready to go to Vietnam. I hate so much about what you choose to be, McGee.
I'm just going by your hairline, man. I'm just assuming.
Hey, my wife likes it. And how much hair do you have? While we're on the subject, you can't say anything.
A lot more than you do, buddy. If it was good, I'd show you.
Whatever.
Exactly where are we talking about? Hi-oh.
We have all the fun.
Real quick update. Somehow nobody has scored in Toronto, Philadelphia. I don't know how that's possible. Texas leads 3-1, and Washington is pounding the hell out of the Giants. Break up the 8-1. Break up the. They've won 6 of their last 10. I was talking about this last. They're the only other team in the National League East that has a winning record in the last 10 days. You talk about the sky falling. If you want a good little chuckle, listen to some New York sports radio right now. The Knicks are about to get dusted. The Yankees are in the last place. The Mets, they've won I think 3 of their last 15.
Did you see Showalter get ejected last night?
Yeah, that was a combination of trying to fire his team up, and I can't watch this crap anymore. I'm going to go in and watch.
He was I wonder if there's a new Ted Lasso out.
Yeah, I figured he went in there to stream something.
Yeah,
speaking of wild shows, have you seen the show Yellow Jackets?
No, but I've heard so many good things.
You would like it. I've just started. I don't know how many seasons it has, but I'm just in the middle of the first season. It's a little out there, but it's pretty good.
Well, so am I.
Yeah, I see the comment about Boomer. What's funny about them is that they're not baseball guys. They kind of try to pretend to be, but they don't really know the game of baseball. And about a month ago, they had Scherzer winning the Cy Young. They had Verlander. He was going to win the MVP. This team was going to cruise. They weren't even worried about the fact that they had lost Diaz for the season. And I remember the comment, even right before Diaz got hurt, that said, the comment on their show that said, what are we worried about, the Braves? The Phillies don't have any pitching. And they just skated right over the Braves. Like, oh, by the way, we've only won the division 5 years in a row, my guy.
And they didn't even mention the Nationals. Like, they didn't even give them the courtesy to mention, or the other teams in other divisions or whatever. So, I mean, yeah, they're football guys, though. I'm not going to put a lot of stock in that.
No, but when they do their morning show, I try to check.
If you're on a morning show in New York, you need to have some,
Well, they try to dabble in baseball, but they're absolutely lost. Like, even all their update guys, even the guys that claim to be baseball guys, like, they may know their roster, and that is it. And that's kind of shocking when they're doing it 24/7, 365. Texas leads Seattle 3-1, bottom of the fifth. I see the Philly fanatic dance around in the crowd back there. So they had a when the Expos were in Montreal, it looked a lot like the Philly fanatic. It was called something else. I wish I could remember the name. Rupee or something like it was some weird name.
Yeah.
Anyways, I saw a video where Tommy Lasorda of the Dodgers got the guy kicked out of the game because he was, I guess he was mocking him so bad he was sitting on top of the Dodgers dugout, and I don't know what he was saying, but Lasorda got their mascot kicked out of the game in Montreal. In Montreal, it wasn't like it was a Dodger game in L.A. Youpie, that was it. Youpie. Thanks, Underwater. I couldn't remember the name. But I was like, that was the funniest damn thing. Like, I have no idea what he was doing. I'm sure he was talking smack. He had taken put himself in pajamas and taken like a pillow and laid it on top of the dugout like he was taking a nap. But they didn't preface this with saying what the score was. So I don't know if the Expos were kicking the crap out of him or what. But whatever he did, he got under Tommy Lasorda's skin so bad that Lasorda went to the umpires. The umpires went to the security, and they kicked him out of the stadium. He works there. They kicked him out of the stadium.
How?
I thought it was funny as hell, man. I was like, this is great.
I mean, he could try that in Boston, but Wally ain't going anywhere. I can tell you that much.
I can't imagine Blooper getting kicked out. But there's no telling what was. I mean, I could see Blooper to a degree doing something that could get him kicked out, but I think he pretty much knows the line that he can't. Well, I don't know. He has done some.
Yeah, they are told the line. Yeah,
Blooper has done some mess. I'll tell you what. If you ever want a funny follow Blooper on Twitter. It's some funny stuff. But yeah, that's every once in a while, I'm like, man, I'm glad I've got TikTok. That was worth scrolling through 3,800 videos to run into that one thing.
Yeah, that's 9 hours of my life I'll never get back.
God, can you go down a rabbit hole on TikTok or not, man? My God.
Apparently so.
I'm telling you, man. I'm worried one day I'm going to open that app, and by the time I close it, I'll have a hairline like you. What is your walk-off for the day, sir?
My walk-off today is Toledo Christian. Who we playing? Anybody know?
Oregon.
We're playing Oregon today. So my girl couldn't take it to him. Yep.
Oregon, Ohio.
Oregon, Ohio.
Oh.
So to the Eagles, hit them with it. Yeah, we're playing the Ducks today. So, yeah.
Hey, you know what? We were just talking about this a little while ago, talking about struggling on defense. Vlad Jr., he just hit a double, leadoff double. See, you don't have to play defense anymore. It's all a scam. It's all a scam. Yeah. I don't know how they didn't score. It was the leadoff guy when he threw it from his wallet into basically the dugout. But he just roped one down the line. Most folks would have been on third, but Vlad just chilling on second with an oxygen mask. My walk-off for today, I'm going to go ahead and give you my lock real quick, my lock of the day. I'm staying away from Braves, Red Sox. I don't like the bullpen games. Anytime you do that, makes me nervous. Give me the Minnesota Twins at home. Pablo Lopez on the mound going up against the Padres. I like them on a -124. My walk-off, make sure to catch Braves Country Baseball. Braves, Red Sox right here, 7:20 first pitch. And Tones is going to go in. So despite what Sarge just said, come on, Braves Country. Let's get the Braves out here for another sweep. Huh?
Nope.
We'll see you next week, brother, and good luck tonight against the Ducks. Quack, quack.
Will do.
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks on 99.1 FM WQEE, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country comes your way weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Please follow, like, and subscribe today. Armchair Quarterback Radio, your first choice for Southern sports.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please.
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on The Key all year long, giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on The Key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on The Key. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, closed to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent Cy. People battled against him but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With the smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Well, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Here in Braves Country.
Welcome in, Braves Country. Time to get this thing going. Get you set for game number 2. Braves took game 1. A bit of a laugher, 9-3. As they got to Pavetta early and often in that game. And just to go over that game really quick, in case you might have missed what went on in Braves versus Red Sox, I mean, that was they got on to Pavetta quickly. Pavetta, there has been, and I mentioned it in the pregame, Pavetta either comes out against the Braves dealing or he gets hammered, and there's never been an in-between with him. Way back to his days before he ever reached Boston and was in Philly. I mean, he would just absolutely get hammered, or he would go out there and pitch like 5-6 innings of shutout ball, and you're like, where the hell did that come from? Pavetta went 4 innings, 7 earned runs, 2 strikeouts, and 3 walks. Charlie, by the way, good outing. 7 strikeouts on 6 innings, 2 earned runs, 2 walks, kept the walks down. You like that. You'd still like him to clean up a little bit. A guy of Charlie's caliber, you'd kind of prefer he only walk 1 every 6 innings, but it's getting better. And the curveball was working. He didn't have the issue of hitting the batters. He came close a few times, but all in all, looked pretty good. And then what can you say about the Sean Murphy? We knew when the trade was made that it was a big-time catcher, but all we had heard about was his defense. And you could see his offense in that Oakland lineup along with the Oakland Stadium. And we all talked about it during the offseason. I know I particularly talked about it several times, that when he comes to Atlanta and he's in a much more hitter-friendly ballpark, because that Oakland ballpark is, I mean, it's the Grand Canyon. There's no two ways around it. And he was going to be in a much better lineup, which means he's going to see better pitches. You figured he was going to do well. But what Murphy's doing right now, I saw a thing where they were projecting out where he's on pace for like well over 100 RBIs, 42 or 43 home runs. He's hitting 299 right now, 1076 OPS. That would be above and beyond. If he did that, you'd almost have to supplant him past Acuna for MVP just because of what he does behind the plate. But it would be a neck-and-neck race because of what Acuna does out there in the outfield. And I saw a statistic last night after the game where they were comparing the WARs of the best players in the National League right now as it pertains to the MVP race, and 1 and 2 were Acuna and Sean Murphy. And right now, Murphy actually has a slight edge, but it was minimal. So right now, your 2 leaders in the clubhouse as we sit here on May 10th for the National League MVP, the 2 top guys, both reside in the Atlanta Braves dugout. That's pretty phenomenal. And Matt Olson, he hit another home run last night. A curveball was a hanger, and he made him pay. You know, look, a lot of hitters get a lot of mistakes thrown at them. But they don't always make them pay. Olsen tends to make them pay. 11 home runs on the year. Ozuna even got into the act, got himself an RBI, went 1 for 4, which when you're batting below 150, that's going to raise your batting average. Michael Harris still scuffling. He went 0 for 3, but I'm not worried about Harris. I'm just not. We've seen what he's capable of doing. We've seen the flash of brilliance at the plate, and then what he does in the field is just remarkable. And Orlando Arcia, 3 for 4 last night. Now batting .358. And I still say he's the direct recipient or benefactor of hitting in front of Acuna. And if you want to wake up Harris's bat, flip-flop them. And I'm not saying that Arcia would go away. But what I am saying is put Harris in front of Acuna, you'll get his bat going. He'll see a lot of fastballs. So that was last night. It was also nice to see no errors on the Braves side. And a couple of really good defensive plays. One play that was made by Arcia that's not going to make the highlight reel, but he is making it look easy. He had to go against his body, heading towards third base, charging the ball, throw off the wrong foot, and gun down a pretty fast runner at first base. This team's fun to watch right now. It's not just the winning, it's the way they're winning. It's the defense, it's the hitting, it's the pitching. So now we flip the script to tonight, and you look at the Braves lineup. Ronald Acuna Jr. leading off again. Olsen, Riley, Murphy, that hasn't changed. Rosario seems to be supplanted in the number 5 spot when we have a right-hander that we're facing, which is the case tonight with Brian Bello. We'll talk about him in a second. And Ozzie Albies continue to hit well, and he's down there in that switch hitting position. Oh, and by the way, Murphy is the designated hitter tonight. You'll notice that. So Ozzie's down there hitting 6th, and number 7 spot for the first time in a long time, batting .333 because it's been that long since we've seen him. He's only had 33 at bats. Travis d'Arnaud. So he's back behind the plate. I thought his first time back would be as a designated hitter, just kind of get the cobwebs out and just, get him some playing time. But no, they're going to put him behind the plate. So we'll see if, in fact, I know we're going to see Boston try to take advantage of that. Now, Boston doesn't run a whole hell of a lot, but I suspect anybody who's going to deal with d'Arnaud in the very near future. First of all, he was never that great of a defensive catcher behind the plate, throwing out runners to begin with. But then you add to the fact that he's coming off the injury and the type of injury, they're going to want to see, is there any rust back there? So I would suspect that the Red Sox are going to try to test him any way they can. Michael Harris is going to be hitting 8th, and Arcia is hitting 9th again. So there you have the lineup there. If I was going to do anything different, once again, I would put Harris down at the 9th spot and Arcia at the 8th spot. But I can see why they probably don't want to do that, because what they're looking at is once you get past Murphy, because you do have the double righties with Riley Murphy, but once you get past Murphy, it's lefty, lefty, righty. But anyway, you look at it, when you go back down to Arcia and go back up to Acuna, you're going to have the double righties anyway. So I don't think it's that big of a deal if you have Arcia and d'Arnaud going back-to-back righties, or if you have or if you flipped it around. I mean, really, there's not much of a difference between having Arcia and Acuna going back-to-back or d'Arnaud and Arcia going back-to-back. But my other reasoning for wanting Harris in front of Acuna is if he gets on with that speed, it's going to distract the hell out of the pitcher. which can reap major rewards for Acuna and Olsen and company. The guy that I'm most concerned about in the lineup right now, to be honest, is Austin Riley. Austin Riley is the one that I'm sitting here going, man, I'm not worried. Like, it's not like I'm sitting there thinking, is he any good anymore? I'm not saying something one of those knucklehead takes. We know the talent's there. You can see some of his swings. He's just missing it. But you almost wonder if it would be to his benefit to take a day off, see a game from the dugout, just to give himself some rest. I know we've had a few days off here this week, and that there's a big difference between having the day off and having a day sitting on the bench. And you could, in theory, do it because you could put Arcia at third and you could put Shoemake at short just to give Riley a different vantage point. Because we're going to go into that series against Toronto, and we better be ready to score, and Riley's got to be right. That Toronto offense can put runs up in a hurry. And excited to see what that new Rogers Center looks like. They did a reconstruction on it in the offseason. I've seen the pictures and whatnot, but until you actually watch a game there, it's not the same. So looking forward to seeing what that's about, and a tough little road trip as we go to Toronto and then Texas. And those are two teams, a 6-game road trip. Those are two teams that can put a wear and tear on your bullpen. Now, to that point, we're doing a bullpen game tonight. They're going to start off with Dylan Lee. And the theory would be for him to go a couple of innings. Now, it really depends on how they want to attack it, if they want to go righty, lefty. My guess would be, just looking at the Red Sox lineup, where they've got Ref Snyder leading off. And Ref Snyder, the Boston left fielder, he's a right-handed bat. So Ref Snyder, Verdugo, so it's going to be righty, lefty, Turner righty, Yoshida lefty. They're pretty much mixed all the way down the line. Righty, lefty, righty, lefty, righty, lefty. So what that means in a bullpen game is that there are certain times when you do a bullpen game, depending on the team who you're facing, where what you end up doing is you pick your spots on when you want your righty or your lefty coming in, because there's certain parts of the order that are more righty or lefty heavy. But this one here looks to be a pretty even down the line. So this would be my guess. This is a total guess. Nothing tells me that I even know what the hell I'm talking about when I say this, but this would be my guess of what they would go with tonight. Dylan Lee goes in, gives you the 2 innings, hopefully. This is assuming everything goes well. Then I would think you're probably going to go Tonkin and then Jesse Chavez. That would be my guess. Now, you could go a couple of different other ways, but if it were me and I were building it, it would be Lee, then Tonkin. Depending on what the score is, you might even go Danny Young. Danny Young pitched last night, but he really didn't throw that many pitches. So you could go righty, lefty, righty, lefty with Lee, Tonkin, Young, and then you build it back to Jesse Chavez. And at that point, that should build you to 5 or 6 innings. Now, Colin McHugh would come into the mix at that point to try to bridge you over to the 7th or 8th, or the 6th or the 7th. Yates pitched last night. AJ Minter pitched last night. Really didn't look that great again, but they got to get him right, because if this team's going to go deep in the playoffs, AJ Minter's going to have to be firing on all cylinders from the left-hand side of the plate. And I do think him trying to be the closer might have messed up his psyche a little bit, because he had some bad outings, and that might take a minute for him to get over. And I've always equated a back of the bullpen pitcher to like a boxer, right? And the back of the bullpen guy has to have a certain kind of psyche. And if he goes out and gets knocked out, they talk about that glass jaw of a boxer, and once it begins, it's hard to go backwards. And one of the reasons is because it gets into their head, and they get so preoccupied that they're no longer just trusting their stuff. And it's just like a pitcher, especially when the pitch is in high leverage situations, you get to where you're more worried about what could happen as opposed to going out there saying, I'm the man. I'm going to mow you down. You've got to stop me. I don't have to stop you. Right? And so that might be something that he's going to have to get through. But I believe in AJ Minter. He's shown us time and time again. He's usually a slow starter. And then you get him in the back end of the summer, and he's just throwing bullets. If the game is out of hand, one way or the other, whether we're up a bunch or down a bunch, that's when I think you're going to see some Joe Jimenez. That's when I think you'll see some Kirby Yates. If we've got the lead, that's when you're going to see them bridge it into Anderson, maybe even Minter. They might give Minter the night off, but Nick Anderson, and then get it to Raciel Iglesias for the W. So that's how I would build it. I would go Lee, Tonkin, because Tonkin has shown that he can throw 2 or 3 innings sometimes when he goes out. And then if the matchup is right, let's say if you're going to get 2 lefties due up in an inning, I'd go Danny Young. If not, Jesse Chavez. Now, when you look at what is going to go forward with the Braves, if you think of the pitching staff, if you think about the fact that Spencer Strider pitched on Saturday, he can pitch Friday. Braves had 2 days off this week, so that came at a fortuitous time, to be honest with you. Strider can pitch Friday. That would line up for Elder. And not only can he pitch Friday, he'd pitch Friday on an extra day of rest. So it's not like he's being rushed into action. Elder, same situation, could pitch on Saturday, and then you could have Charlie Morton back again on Sunday. And come Monday, everything will be all right. Those of y'all who know that will know that. No, but come Monday, you would have Dylan Dodd eligible to come back up, and you could put him in the Monday slot, or you might decide to go bullpen and have him go Tuesday. But either way, you would then set up with Strider coming back on Wednesday. And then after that, we're off next Thursday. And so Elder would be good to go on Friday, et cetera, et cetera. So what you're probably looking at, unless for some miraculous reason Kyle Wright's good to go. Let's say that you go and you get Strider go on that Wednesday, and that Friday against Seattle, you would have Elder. Then what you would have at that point, along with following it by Morton and then most likely Dylan Dodd, you wouldn't have to go to that fifth starter until Monday, May 22nd at home against the Dodgers. And so even though that seems like a long way away, it'll be here before you know it, and hopefully no one else gets banged up. But the thing about when people start looking at how are we going to build this, you got to figure Dodd is the 4 starter and then the 5 starter. Look, if Soroka has a good start in the minors between now and then, maybe he does get an opportunity against the Dodgers on May 22nd. They could even push it to one of those games against Seattle. They'd probably try not to, but they could do that. But if not, my guess would be it's either going to be another bullpen game, which would be tough. I'd rather see them just go ahead and bring Schuster up and give him a chance. As well as we're playing, it's not the end of the world if he goes out there and just gets hammered. Because when you look at Friday, May 19th, so that's a week from this Friday, all the way to 2 weeks later, on Friday, June 2nd, the Braves don't have a day off. They're going to play in that stretch 3 against Seattle, 3 against the Dodgers, 4 against Philly, and then 3 at Oakland. And though Oakland is a bad team, that's a tough stretch. That's a really tough stretch, especially because the Oakland is on the road. So you're going to have to try to bridge that, and it's going to be really difficult to try to bridge it without a 5th starter. And I don't think the way it's being portrayed, it doesn't sound like Kyle Wright's going to be back by then. That's fabulous. If for some reason he can slide in there, maybe even if you can bring him back by the Oakland series, that would alleviate some innings off of somebody. But if not, I would just try to, depending on what the standings are looking at, Schuster, Dodd go out there and they pitch okay. Maybe you give them another opportunity for that 4-game series against Philly and the 3-game series at the beginning of June against the Mets. Those are the crucial games because 1 game is worth 2, and that's what you got to be worried about. All right, let's take a quick break. Going to get you the starting lineups, national anthem, get you set for Braves Red Sox here on Braves Country HD. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry,
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have. And the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Braves. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. We are live, and the scene is Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia, where we're set to bring you pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off for the visiting Boston Red Sox, it'll be left fielder Rob Refsnyder, batting .236, 1 home run, and 12 RBI. Alex Verdugo is in right field and batting second, .317 average, 5 home runs, 3 stolen bases, and 18 RBI. Justin Turner batting third, playing third, batting .273, 3 home runs, 14 RBI. And Masataka Yoshida, the designated hitter, batting .308, 6 home runs, 24 RBI, and 2 stolen bases. Enrique Hernandez, Kike better known, .238 average, 3 home runs, 13 RBI, and a stolen base. Duran is in center field again with 2 home runs, 13 RBI, and a .360 average, 5 stolen bases. Tristan Casas is the first baseman batting seventh, 161 average with 4 home runs, 12 RBI. Wong is behind the plate with a .257 average, 3 home runs, 10 RBI. And Valdez is the second baseman, batting .325 with the home run, 6 RBI, and 3 stolen bases. Brian Bello will be on the mound for the Boston Red Sox. 1-1 with a 5.71 ERA, a 1.73 whip, 17 innings pitched, 19 strikeouts, 9 walks, and 4 home runs allowed. Leading off for your hometown Atlanta Braves, Ronald Acuna Jr. playing right field. 6 home runs, a .343 average, 21 RBI, and 15 stolen bases. Batting second and playing first, Matt Olson. .250 average, 11 home runs, 29 RBI. Batting third and playing third, Austin Riley. Batting .239 on the year, 6 home runs, 18 RBI. Sean Murphy will be your designated hitter and batting cleanup. A .299 average, 9 home runs, 32 RBI. Eddie Rosario is in left field tonight and batting fifth. A .248 average, 3 home runs, 10 RBI, and a stolen base. Ozzie Albies, batting .280 on the year, playing second, 9 home runs, and 27 RBI. And the return of Travis d'Arnaud, he's behind the plate and batting seventh, a .333 average, 5 RBI in just 33 at-bats. Michael Harris II is your number 8 hitter. He'll be patrolling center field, batting .208, 1 home run, and 4 RBI. And Orlando Arcia is your number 9 hitter, batting .358, 2 home runs, 8 RBI from the shortstop position. The umpires for tonight's game: Clint Vondrack is behind home plate. First base umpire, Carlos Torres. Second base umpire, Jansen Visconti. And down the third base line, Corey Blazer. It's expected to get into the low 70s, high 60s by night's end here in Atlanta, Georgia, Truist Park, which holds 41,149. And that's your lineups for Braves versus Red Sox, game 2 of a 2-game series here in Atlanta. They have one more series left with each other in late July in Fenway Park. So let's get set. Grab you a cold one. Pull up an armchair. Braves, Red Sox in hot Atlanta, Georgia. We are just about set. Welcome on to the broadcast tonight. Tones Ariola is going to help us out with the color commentary. Welcome, Tones. How are you?
I'm doing great tonight, McGee. We got a great one on our hands. Braves, Red Sox, two of the better storied teams in baseball history. I'm very excited to call this one with you, my friend. It looks like we got a great night in Atlanta.
Yes, some updates on Mike Soroka. There's a rumor that he could be called up for the Sunday game. I still got to see it to believe it, as poorly as he has pitched so far in AAA. But there is an opportunity there, and with him being from Canada, playing in Toronto on Sunday, there is that storyline there. They may give it a try, and if so, he may only be asked to go a couple innings. So we'll keep an eye on that. But it has been made official. Strider has been pushed up to the Saturday game. The Friday game, Elder to the Saturday game, and Morton will continue to pitch on Monday, giving him an extra day of rest as well as the other guys. So Sunday is the big game in question. And of course, that's Mother's Day. So we are just about set here as we're getting the final warm-up tosses. The Atlanta Braves are in their home whites with Braves across the chest in red tomahawk underneath, the red lettering and navy numerals, navy hat with the white A and the red bill. And the Boston Red Sox, they will be in their home grays. Braves are coming out to the field right now. A little bit of a delay. Should have been out there by now. Travis d'Arnaud is behind the plate, and this is his first action in quite some time, Tones.
Yeah, and it's a welcome back for him. He was great last year. He platooned with William Contreras last year. This year gets to platoon with Sean Murphy, the hottest catcher on the face of the earth. I think Atlanta fans and baseball fans in general are interested to see how great this platoon could be and how dynamic both can be in the lineup, perhaps at the same time, sometimes DH and sometimes catching. Braves are in a really good spot with Travis and Sean back there.
So we're just about set. We're just waiting for Dylan Lee to finish up his final tosses from the left side of the bump. Quick update, the Mets and Reds are tied at 1 in the top of the third. The Phillies had a walk-off. It was via the error by the Toronto Blue Jays, went into extra innings. So the Phillies have won. They coming into tonight before that action, the Braves came into tonight 7 games in front of Miami, 8 in front of the Mets. They're now 7.5 in front of Philly and 9 in front of the Washington Nationals. And it's sounding more and more like it's going to be about 2 months for both Max Fried and Kyle Wright, because the plan is to shut them down for 3 to 4 weeks and then rev them back up. And it's almost going to be like a second spring training when you do that. So it's looking more and more like they're going to take the cautious route, and hopefully they'll be back sometime around the All-Star break, maybe a touch before. My guess is that Max Fried is back before Kyle Wright, because this is Kyle Wright's second injury this spring. And so they're probably going to take their time with him. We're just about ready as the Red Sox leadoff hitter Ref Snyder gets in to the box. Gray bottoms, navy tops with the red lettering and white outline. And it's baseball time in Braves country. The first pitch on the way is swung on and rifled over into the 6th hole. Backhanded, fires it across the diamond, and it's a 6-3 putout to start the night for your Atlanta Braves.
Great play there by the shortstop. He doesn't panic. He's quick to it, quick on his feet, and gets a quick Ref Snyder. Rob Ref Snyder, one of these veterans who have never really had a high average, but Arcia gets him out there. He knows how to get on base. Great job here by Atlanta to get the job done with the leadoff man.
Good to have Arcia back and not, bless his heart, but Grissom kicking the ball all over the infield. So that'll bring up Verdugo, lefty-lefty matchup. The only batter who has faced Dylan Lee before, he's 1-for-1 lifetime against him. First pitch is a fastball high in the zone. It's 0-1.
Verdugo having a very nice season, was the main piece in the Mookie Betts return for the Red Sox, batting .370.
No one pitch swung on and popped up. Should be playable. Underneath it, jogging in and making the catch is Michael Harris.
Harris is a big welcome sign back for the Braves. He missed a little bit of time early on, but he's becoming one of the better center fielders in the game, both offensively and defensively. A lot of baseball fans around the world happy to see Michael Harris back.
Absolutely. And Dylan Lee is now going to face Justin Turner. So the batting lineup a little different from last night, as you'll notice. Turner in the 3-hole tonight, lefty-righty matchup. The first pitch on the way is a fastball, misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-0.
Turner, the longtime veteran with the Dodgers, wasn't a part of his trade, but made his way over.
1-0, Lee leans in, lifts the glove, kicks and deals. Right there for a strike. It's 1-1.
The trade, of course, I'm referring to is the big Mookie Betts Verdugo blockbuster.
Justin Turner, 3 home runs on the year at 756 OPS. The 1-1 pitch on the way from Lee. He fires it in there, top of the zone for a strike. It's 1-2.
And Turner with a nice little average for his standards, 273, not too shabby to start the year.
Braves nothing, Red Sox nothing. Top of the first inning. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and bangs it foul off the plate and towards the first base dugout. We'll do it again at 1-2.
14 RBIs batted in for the oft-in designated hitter for Boston.
Lee looks in, straightens up. Darnold on the outer cut. The 1-2 pitch off the plate just misses. It's 2-2.
Turner, one of those veterans who's not easy to put away here. Lee's going to have to dig deep.
If you're wondering about home plate umpire Clinton Vondrak, his last time out, May 6th with the Blue Jays and Pirates, as the 2-2 pitch swung on and grounded foul down the third base line. We'll do it again at 2-2. Got about 95% of the calls right. He missed, according to umpire track, he missed a total of about what they considered 7 major calls, half strikes, half balls, essentially.
The
2-2 from Lee in the dirt, ball 3, full count.
And it's really crazy the technology we get, the skills we get integrating these umpires. It really exposes or helps a lot of them.
So 3-2 the count. Dylan Lee hangs that arm down and leans in, looks at Darnold, who sets up on the outside again. The 3-2 pitch off the plate wide, ball 4, and he loses the number 3 hitter with 2 away.
And that's a tough one to lose right there. Up in the count, but don't panic here. You're going to face some tough sledding. Just make your pitches, let them put the ball in play, and get out of the inning. You had 2 quick outs. Don't stride away from your game yet, Lee.
The one small advantage you do have when you're doing a bullpen game is you're not as worried about a guy having a high pitch count per inning.
Absolutely.
Lee fires the first pitch in for a strike at the top of the zone to Matsuyaka Toshida, and it's 0-1.
One of the better rookies in baseball this far. Yoshida's carrying over from the World Baseball Classic.
Yoshida, lefty-lefty matchup. The 0-1 pitch swung on and grounded right there to Olsen. He's going to step on the pillow, and that'll end the inning. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
Let's ride.
Do you sometimes sit and just be thinking like, man, I can't believe my best friend's a thug? You're not a thug. Yes, I am a thug. You're not a thug. Yes, I am. How are you a thug? I took hip-hop classes, Chad.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. In the 1995 MLB draft, the Montreal Expos chose a 17-year-old catcher from San Mateo, California, named Tom Brady. But Brady decided to pursue football instead. Because Tom Brady has been playing for so long, he's become the last person drafted by the Expos to still be playing professional sports.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
The 1906 Chicago Cubs, believed by many to have been the best team in baseball history. They moved smoothly to the pennant that year, winning 116 games and losing just 36. One key to the Cubs' consistency was their infield, the celebrated double play combination of Tinker to Evers to Chant. Chicago fans loved them, but they did not much like each other, or anyone else for that matter. First baseman and manager Frank Chance fined his players $10 if they so much as shook hands with an opposing player. Second baseman Johnny Evers was so touchy that his teammates called him the human crab, and he missed one entire season after suffering a nervous breakdown. Shortstop Joe Tinker was ordinarily a cheerful man, but even he refused to speak with Evers for 2 whole seasons after a quarrel over cab fare.
Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves going to take their first turn at the bat. Ronald Acuna Jr. with a .994 OPS digs in. Brian Bello, 1-1 with a 5.71 ERA. Righty matchup to get the evening going here for the Atlanta Braves. So we get ready for Bello in his last few warm-up tosses. What are you looking for Bello real quick from?
I'm looking for improvements all over. He's struggled immensely to this point. He's been fairly easy to hit. He's let up 24 and 17-plus innings, so he lets guys on at a pretty high rate.
First pitch on the way, swing and a miss, strike one, fastball, top shelf, 96 miles an hour. It's 0-1.
We get to see some of the better outfielders in the game in this one. And
pitch off the plate just misses. It's 1-1.
Acuna, probably one of the top, if not the top outfielder. He's just tremendous to watch. Batting .343.
The 1-1 pitch inside, 96 miles an hour. It's 2-1. We had it ranked yesterday as Acuna and Sean Murphy, the top 2 MVP candidates in the National League right now. The 2-1 pitch, fastball right there for a strike on the outer edge. It's 2-2.
And whenever I'm discussing fantasy baseball with the friends, we refer to Acuna as a super keeper. He's not just a keeper, he's a super keeper.
The 2-2 to Acuna, down below the knees. Good take by Ronnie, and it's 3-2. It's definitely good to see him back to normal. He was banged up all year long coming back from that ACL injury, and you can tell the difference. A full count. Acuna asked for time. Home plate umpire Clinton Von Drack gives it to him. The 3-2 pitch swung on and fouled away, just sprayed over the first base dugout. We'll do it again at 3-2.
Pretty fun treat. We get Acuna, Michael Harris. Then we get Yoshida, Verdugo. Some good outfield tandems here.
Braves nothing, Red Sox nothing. Bottom of first. The 3-2 pitch swung on and banged foul towards the third base side. We'll do it again. A full count to Ronald Acuna.
Acuna's career WAR is sitting at 19.8.
Atlanta Braves and Tampa Bay Rays lead the major leagues in most runs scored in the first inning. The 3-2 pitch swung on and grounded over towards short. Got it. Fires it across the diamond. Good play by Kike Hernandez, and there's one away.
Mr. Reliable Kike, the former Dodger, makes his way to Boston. A lot of former Dodgers making their way to Boston, and he could really be plugged in anywhere. It should have been Trevor's Story there. They did lose Xander Bogaerts there. They've had to put a plethora of players there. Bobby Dahlbeck's even played shortstop for them. Tonight it's Enrique Hernandez, Kike Hernandez, and he looked pretty good right there.
On the way to Matt Olson is a fastball top shelf right there for a strike. It's 0-1. 97 on the gun.
He is pumping tonight here early.
The 0-1 pitch just paints the corner on the outer edge. It's 0-2. 97-97 to start the at-bat.
Tough to do anything with that on the edge.
The 0-2 flips it in there just off the plate wide. It's 1-2.
Olsen,
it is interesting that Braves and Tampa Bay lead the major leagues in first inning runs, and they're the two best records in baseball. The 1-2 pitch swung on it, bang, foul off the instep of Olsen. We'll do it again at 1-2.
Olsen, my favorite to win MVP heading into this season.
Olsen, a 933 OPS, 11 home runs. The 1-2 down and away, taken all the way. It's 2-2. Looks like another sold out crowd here in Atlanta, Georgia. Be the, I believe, 10th of the year. The 2-2 pitch in the dirt gets away. And it's a full count to Olsen. So no runners yet, but both batters have taken it to a full count.
And they're doing a good job of working the count deep early.
Brian Bello looks in. The 3-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball is hit right up the middle. Play made by Hernandez. He'll flip it over to first, and it's a 6-3 put out for out number 2.
And Bello is prone to the home run ball. He's coming in with 4 starts this year. He's allowed 4 home runs this year. So that's 1 per start on average. It just is a matter of time for one of these Braves to get one into the airwaves.
24 hits allowed in 17 innings as well. So that'll bring Riley to the plate. Riley takes the first pitch high for a ball, 96 miles an hour. It's 1-0. Austin Riley scuffling pretty much all year. The 1-0 right there for a strike, 97 miles an hour, right down Main Street. It's 1-1.
Riley's going to be one of these Braves that we see a long time here in Atlanta.
The 1-1 curveball off the plate wide. It's 2-1.
6 dingers, 18 RBIs, 733 OPS.
The 2-1 delivery just misses off the plate. Ball 3, 3-1.
And it's a slow start for him, but it might be a pretty good start for others around the league.
A 3-1 delivery swung on and grounded over towards short. It's Hernandez again. Another 6-3 put out. 3 up, 3 down. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
You know, it's something that justifies drinking any time of the day. But, you know, you just say it's 5 o'clock and it's okay, right? But it only works for drinking. You know, you can't show up late for work and be like, hey, 9 o'clock somewhere.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Wade Boggs was one of the greatest contact hitters to ever play the game. He was also known as a guy who had some weird superstitions. He would field precisely 150 ground balls before games. He would start his batting practice at 5:17 p.m., and he would run sprints at 7:17 p.m. Additionally, he would write the Hebrew word chai, which means life, in the batter's box before every at-bat, even though Boggs isn't Jewish.
Armchair Quarterbacks Radio covers the whole SEC the whole season long.
Down. Here's Tua stepping back, loads up, looks long, throws, end zone, touchdown! Alabama! Devontae Smith! Touchdown, Alabama! Again, it's going to be Crapel, wing, and the kicker, Drew Alamo. LSU remains undefeated. Passes away, penalty flag down. Lamar Thomas has got it. Lamar Thomas is on his way down the sideline. George Teague is after him and runs him down. Takes the ball away from him.
Armchair.
These are the saddest of possible words. Tinker to Evers to Chance. Trio of bear cubs and fleeter than birds. Tinker to Evers to Chance. Thoughtlessly pricking our gonfalon bubble. Making a giant hit into a double. Words that are weighty with nothing but trouble. Tinker to Evers to Chance.
Well, I'm of the school that believes that we know the names Tinker, Evers, and Chance more because they fit the metric requirements of Franklin P. Adams' poem. Evers was a great ball player. Tinker was a damn good shortstop. And Chance could hit well. But if you look at their record, they didn't make any more double plays than anybody else in the league at the time. They just sounded awfully good.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Wednesday night edition. Tones Ariola hanging out with us here on Braves Country Baseball. We got Tones here for the next, tonight and the 2 Wednesdays following, correct?
Yes, sir. It's a Wednesday special the next couple of weeks, I guess, or not special, however you look at it.
Dylan Lee will go back to work. Second inning of work in a bullpen game for the Atlanta Braves. 13 pitches so far. The first pitch from Lee is a slider flipped in there for a strike on the inner edge. It's 0-1.
And as silly as it sounds, McGee, in these bullpen games with openers, anytime you get more than 1 inning, you're living good.
The 0-1 from Lee, he tosses it in the dirt, taken all the way by Hernandez, 1-1. Hernandez extremely busy in that first inning.
He really was, and he looks to be busy here with his .238 batting average and 3 home runs.
The 1-1 delivery from Lee. Kicks and deals, swung on and grounded over towards short. He'll get the 6-3 put on him, and there's 1 away.
And Arcia again with another nice play. You're seeing the leather of the shortstops here to start, and Dylan Lee looking like the old Cliff Lee here early on.
People remember Lee made his Braves debut in the postseason in 2021, coming in as an opener. Back then, little known left-hander coming out of the pen. First pitch on the way from Lee to Duran, lefty-lefty matchup is a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1.
Lee was drafted by the Miami Marlins in the 10th round of the 2016 MLB draft.
The 0-1 in the dirt, sweeping wide of the zone and away. It's 1-1.
Lee signed on with Atlanta in the offseason of 2021.
The 1-1 delivery. Swing and a miss. Slider off the edge. It's 1-2.
Lee's looking to make a name for himself here in the Braves bullpen in the year 2023.
The 1-2 pitch from Dylan. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Set him down, and there's 2 away.
This kid's been impressing me, McGee. And this Red Sox lineup is not no fluke. They play in one of the best divisions in baseball, and you need runs to score in that division. They've provided offense this year without some of their normal names in the lineup. Trevor Story, he's on the shelf. Bogart's on the shelf. Guys like Duran still very well. Impressive from Lee.
Xander Bogaerts signed with the San Diego Padres in the offseason as a free agent. Tristan Casas steps in, and the first pitch is swung on and missed for a strike. It's 0-1. Casas hitting 161 on the year.
Was a highly touted rookie. Or is, I should say, highly touted rookie.
The 0-1. Swing and a miss in the dirt. Went fishing for the slider. It's 0-2.
He hasn't really done too much this year, batting a cool 161 as a lefty.
Braves nothing, Red Sox nothing. Top of the second inning. Lee trying to get through 2 clean innings here in a bullpen game for Atlanta. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Just called a ball. Looked like a strike. Lee wanted it. Darno wanted it. Pretty good frame as well. But so it's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch on the way to Casas. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 94 miles an hour right down the pipe, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. Murphy, Rosario, Ozzie coming to the plate when we come back.
Let's go.
Drink like me, you can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
We live in a world now that welcomes and nurtures the screwball in all of us. Hey, it's a new decade, people. Time to get a little nutty. Treat yourself to Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, a smooth flavor that combines two of America's favorites, peanut butter and American whiskey. So no more social awkwardness. Time to embrace who you truly are. Get out there and make friends. And be sure it starts with Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. It's available nearly everywhere. Learn more at screwballwhiskey.com. Infinium Spirits. Please enjoy responsibly.
What's going on here, guys?
All right, coach. So basically, it was a holding call. But these dudes started me in their fantasy league, which is cool because this dude started our quarterback, but he started our kicker, and I started their defense. So it's kind of a pickle.
Compromising the integrity of this game with your fantasy football leagues? Listen to me. If there was holding, you make that holding call. I don't care if it was on our team or not. I care about this game too much to let you.
Coach, you started their defense too, didn't you?
Yeah, you definitely started their defense.
Damn right I did.
Armchair.
My grandfather was a sour old man, and I liked him. He lived with us. But he was out in the backyard throwing a ball when I was a little kid. He's smoking his pipe, and he said, you like baseball? And I said, yeah. He said, what do you play? I said, I'm a shortstop. And he said, that's what I used to play. And I said, you used to play? But, a year or so later, I found the local paper did a 50-year anniversary thing, and there was a reprint of a game that he had played in 1892, and it said, Watts. His name was Fred Watts, shortstop. And he had 2 hits. And I thought my grandfather played baseball in 1892. So it's part of existence. It's part of our heritage.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves, Boston Red Sox, as we head to the bottom of the second inning. Sean Murphy comes to the plate. Murphy, the National League Player of the Week last week, hitting .414 in his last 9 games. The first pitch on the way from Bella is a fastball right there on the inner part of the plate, 95 miles an hour. It's 0-1.
Bringing the heat early tonight is Bello. He's cranked it over 95 a good amount.
The 0-1 delivery, swing and a miss, strike 2, sinker just below the hands.
Murphy, one of the best players in baseball, entering tonight's contest.
Bello, 22 pitches on the night. The 0-2 delivery, inside, taken for a ball. It's 1-2.
299 average, 9 home runs, 32 RBIs for the former Athletic.
The 1-2 delivery, swing and fouls it out of play. Do it again at 1-2.
And now a lot of stories have emerged this week that the Cardinals tried to scoop up Sean Murphy before signing Wilson Contreras, but obviously failed, and Atlanta beat them to the chase. They beat their offer.
The 1-2 pitch, swung on and grounded over towards third. Charging is Turner. He fires it over to first and gets the slow-running Murphy for out number 1.
And Murphy, like a typical catcher, not the fastest foot, but does a nice job of hustling down the line, refreshing to see a catcher run like that. He's hustling. That's all that matters.
Good to see the folks in the chat tonight. Got Matthew, Terry, D, Lane. First pitch on the way to Rosario is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. I know Underwater was here earlier. I don't know if he's still here or not. The 1-0 pitch to Rosario. Swung on and missed 97 miles an hour on the outer edge. Good pitch by Bello. It's 1-1.
Exciting chat tonight. A lot of good names and faces in it.
The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Just off the plate. It's 1-2.
Eddie Rosario, the former Cleveland Guardian, at the time the Cleveland Indians still.
Righty-lefty matchup. The 1-2 pitch on the way to Rosario. Swung on and missed. Strike 3, 97 miles an hour, top shelf. And there's 2 away.
Rosario isn't the first victim of Bello. Bello is looking sharp here early. He's hittable, though. Let's remember that. Just because he's getting outs now doesn't mean he's not hittable. And I'm sorry, Eddie Rosario was the Twins, not Guardians. My mistake.
It's the first time for any of these Braves hitters to have seen Bello So the first time through the lineup, usually easier than most. First pitch to Ozzie Albies is 97 miles an hour off the paint, and it's 1-0. The 1-0 to Ozzie. Swung on and fouled back out of play, 97 inside. It's 1-1.
Zahino Elbies is the full name. And I'm sorry, Rosario is both a twin and guardian. I'm looking all over the place.
The 1-1 pitch to Ozzie. Swing and bangs it foul off his leg. We'll do it again at 1-2.
I've always been a big Ozzie fan. He had a big injury last year. Good to see him getting back to his old self at the plate.
Braves nothing, Red Sox nothing. Bottom of 2, the 1-2 pitch. On the way, swing and a miss, strike 3. Went fishing. We'll be back in a flash. Braves, Red Sox, top of the 3rd. 0-0 is your score.
Hello?
Hi, is Mark there?
Yeah?
It's me, Shannon. We met at Jack's party.
Yeah! How can I forget? Wow, how you doing? I haven't heard from you in,
9 months.
Armchair.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. The Mets threw a combined no-hitter against the Phillies. Because of 6 walks, it took them 159 pitches. This set the record for the most pitches thrown in a no-hitter. Miguel Cabrera got his 3,000th hit. With that single, he became the first player ever with 3,000 hits, 500 homers, and a Triple Crown. Anthony Rizzo hit 3 homers in a game for the first time in his career. It's the only time where a player hit 3 home runs in a game, averaging just 350 feet. The San Diego Padres may not be known for their defense, but they did just set a new defensive record. The 2022 Padres are the first team in history to start the season with 11 consecutive games without an error.
Braves country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Ricky barred profanity and poker playing and liquor. Offered evening lectures on baseball theory called Skull Sessions. Keeping a promise to his mother, managed just 6 days a week, leaving an assistant to take over for him on Sundays. In 1919, the Browns' crosstown rivals, the hapless St. Louis Cardinals, offered him a still bigger job as general manager at double the salary. He would spend the next 23 years with the Cardinals and in the process profoundly change the game of baseball.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Dylan Lee is going to go back out for a 3rd inning in this bullpen game. He's thrown 24 pitches, 17 for strikes. We'll see how this unfolds. Lee set to face the hind catcher coming to the plate. Wong batting .257, and the first pitch on the way to Wong is a slider right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1.
Wong is looking to carve an everyday role in Boston.
Connor Wong, the 0-1 pitch inside, taken for a ball. It's 1-1. Connor Wong from Houston, Texas, 6'1", 181 pound, 26-year-old. The 1-1 pitch, swing and fouls back out of. Will that stay in play? Olsen is giving chase. Nope, it's going to make it over to the dugout top, bounce off the top of the dugout, and it's 1-2.
Not the most notable names, but Wong and McGuire, a very viable catcher's tandem for Boston. Wong batting .257.
The 1-2 pitch from Lee. Swing and grounded hard over to third. Riley's got it. Fires it across the diamond. It's a 5-3 put out to start the top of the 3rd.
I could watch Riley throw from third all day. One of the stronger arms from the third base position. Makes it look easy just about every throw. Lee is really cruising here, McGee. And yeah, I said if you get more than 1, it's a blessing from an opener. If you get 3 from an opener, that's gold.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see how long they'll let him go. but another left-hander coming up in Valdez. The first pitch on the way to Valdez. Lefty-lefty matchup, batting .325, taken for a strike on the outer edge. Slider, it's 0-1.
Emmanuel Valdez, the second baseman, batting .325 on the young season.
The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, slider in the dirt. 0-2. Manuel Valdez from the Dominican Republic, 24-year-old.
40 at-bats thus far.
The 0-2 pitch, called strike 3. He got caught watching the paint dry. Slider on the outer edge, and he went walking back to the dugout, didn't even question it. It's 2 away.
And this is a big one for Dylan Lee. He's done a tremendous job to this point. Here we see, now it begins the second time through the roto. I wouldn't be shocked if
that is going to be it. Brian Snicker's going to go get the ball, and Lee's going to hit the showers. We will be back in a flash to tell you about the pitching change here on Braves Country.
She left me. She left me, Dad.
I'm sorry.
After all we've been through.
I don't know what...
I trusted her.
I know, buddy.
And she left me.
I know.
This hurts so bad.
I know.
And it's like she doesn't even care.
Listen, Amy is only... Yeah, Amy. Who are you talking about?
My Uber driver. This heifer left talking about I'm taking too long. I said, bitch, I'm on my...
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. The Pirates won a game while getting no hit because of 3 walks and a fielder's choice. It's the first time since 2008 that a team has won without recording a hit. In the late 90s, higher-ups for the Red Sox wanted to replace Fenway Park with a sports megaplex. The new Fenway Park would have been next to the New England Patriots Stadium, but an agreement failed to be reached. Nick Markakis used to hold the record for most consecutive games without committing an error, but Robbie Grossman of the Detroit Tigers played his 401st game in a row without an error, setting the new record.
It all starts with just one thing. Get to know your local beekeeper. You can make sure they don't use chemicals in the hive, that they only sell surplus honey, plus locally produced honeys have a smaller carbon footprint. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Ranch Ricky graduated from Ohio Wesleyan University, struggled as a catcher for a few years in the major leagues, got a law degree but failed to drum up any clients, gratefully returned to baseball, working for the St. Louis Browns, one of the poorest teams in the majors. He moved up quickly within the organization, scout, club secretary, and in 1913, manager. Ricky was a genius at making do with less. He approached his job scientifically, introducing unusual calisthenics, batting cages, and sliding pits.
No ball player can learn to steal bases by practicing sliding into sand pits. I wouldn't ask a veteran to slide into a pit. I don't think much of this theory stuff. Miller Huggins.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Colin McHugh will take the ball. He'll be asked probably to go a couple innings here as well. McHugh, right-hander, will face Ref Snyder. Verdugo also due up. Ref Snyder, righty-righty matchup. 2 outs. Top of the third. The first pitch is a cutter right there on the edge for a strike. It's 0-1.
Ralph Snyder with the .354 on base to this point has played in 22 games.
Colin McHugh winds and deals, and the 0-1's off the plate wide. It's 1-1.
55 at-bats for him thus far. Only scored 8 times for a leadoff man.
The 1-1 pitch just misses off the plate. It's 2-1. Colin McHugh from Naperville, Illinois, went to college in Barry, Georgia. The 2-1 delivery. Sweeper misses. It's 3-1. Sweeper almost got a piece of the plate, kind of a almost wiffle ball type action. 3-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's fouled back up against the screen. It's 3-2.
Full count now. Good battle here.
Braves nothing, Red Sox nothing. Top of the third with 2 outs. The 3-2 pitch swung on, and it's a comebacker over the mound. Ozzy's got it, backhands it, fires it over to first, and it's a 4-3 putout. We'll head to break. The Braves will grab the bats. The bottom of the order coming to the dish.
I'm going to let you guys do what you guys got to do. Don't worry about me. I'm just going to go home, make a little macaroni and cheese, seal the window, and turn on the gas.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Bro, Blake, play for the love of the game, man. What's wrong with you, bro? Money should not be a thing. Yeah, man, I gotta get my money. I'm not playing unless I get mine.
Armchair.
15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Is that Shakespeare?
Nope, it's Geico.
Yeah. That's Shakespeare from one of his unpublished works. Oh, it be not for awakening. Nay, giveth thou the berries. For 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Nope, it's from Geico, because they help save people money.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but Geico got it from Shakespeare.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
We were playing ball between the lines near Alexandria, Texas, when suddenly there came a scattering fire of which the three outfielders caught the brunt. The center field was hit and was captured. The left and right field managed to get back into our lines. The rebel attack was repelled without serious difficulty, but we had lost not only our center field, but the only baseball in Alexandria, Texas.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Boston Red Sox, no runs, no hits, no errors across the board for both teams. Travis d'Arnaud will try to break into the hit column as he gets a nice little ovation coming to the plate for the first time in about a month. d'Arnaud set to face Bello. Righty-righty matchup. The first pitch is a fastball swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1.
d'Arnaud, the former top 100 ranked prospect with the Mets, also has spent time in Los Angeles and Tampa before Atlanta.
The 0-1 pitch, right there for a strike, 97 miles an hour. It's 0-2.
2019, he hit pretty good for Tampa, 16 bombs.
0-2 pitch. Slider in the dirt. It's 1-2. Mets lead the Reds 2-1. That game is top of the fifth. Hunter Green versus Verlander tonight.
Good matchup.
d'Arnaud batting .333 with just 33 at bats because of the injury. The 1-2 pitch swing, and that ball is rifled foul, well out of play into the upper deck. It's 1-2.
Staying alive, d'Arnaud trying to make an impact here. He's batting .333 in limited action.
Braves nothing, Red Sox nothing. The 1-2 from Bello off the plate wide. Slider misses. It's 2-2.
Bello is finding his own here early, finding a rhythm.
The 2-2 from Bello. He flips it in there, swing, and fouls it away. That went up to 98 miles an hour.
And his pitch count sitting at 39 through 2+ innings to this point so far. Bellows is.
The 2-2 delivery from Brian Bello. He flips it in there, swung on, changeup banged off the plate behind home plate. Do it again. It's 2-2.
Bello looking to put him away here. d'Arnaud looking to get on and start something here for the Braves team.
The 3-2 to Travis d'Arnaud. Michael Harris sits on deck. The windup pitch off the plate. It's 3-2.
Great at bat here so far, driving that pitch count up. Couldn't ask for much more than to get on base from d'Arnaud.
Harris on deck. Full count. Arcia in the hole. The 3-2 pitch to Travis. High and outside. Ball 4. And it's a 10-pitch walk to Travis d'Arnaud.
That's a beautiful at bat. Now you set it up for Michael Harris. Harris looking to get going here. Perfect opportunity to do so. They don't break into the hit column, but they do ruin his early perfection bid.
Michael Harris, the second, climbs into the box. Righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch to Michael is a fastball swung on and grounded right through the hole. It's going to be in between the 4-3 hole, and Travis d'Arnaud will jog down to first, and it's runners on first and second. Nobody out. Orlando Arcia coming to the plate.
And this is what we feared for the Red Sox with Bello coming in. He lets a lot of runners on base, back-to-back here. Harris, d'Arnaud. Now the Braves are cooking. Now it's just a matter of time before they do something with Orlando Arcia, Acuna, and Olsen to follow. Ugh, temperature's getting hot in Atlanta.
So Orlando Arcia coming to the plate. He's batting .358 on his young season. 2 home runs, 8 RBI, and .961 OPS. It'll be a righty-righty matchup. His first time seeing Bello as well. And the first pitch on the way from Bello. He flips it up there, swing and a miss, 96 miles an hour, blew it right by him. It's 0-1.
Bello looking to get his way out of trouble, maybe force a hot hit in Arcia and do a double play here.
Braves nothing, Red Sox nothing. Bottom of the third, nobody out, runners on first and second. The 0-1 pitch off the plate wide. Slider missing way out of the zone into the other box. It's 1-1.
Let's say you're sitting comfortable here as a Braves fan with Orlando Arcia up 2 homers, 8 ribbies, 961 OPS to this point.
The 1-1 pitch swung on and missed. Slider down and away. It's 1-2.
Brothers with the former big leaguer Oswaldo Arcia, who spent time in Minnesota, Tampa, Miami, and San Diego.
Runners on first and second, nobody out. The 1-2 to Arcia. Acuna on deck. Here's the windup and pitch from Bello. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Slider off the table. And Arcia chased it. There's one away.
Not an easy one to punch out on strikes. Here gets him chasing down and away, but have no fear. Acuna's here. Ronald steps up to the plate. 1 out, but look for him to drive it into the gap, score a run or 2.
Righty-righty matchup. Acuna 0 for 1 his first time up. The first pitch on the way is a fastball, outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1, 97 miles an hour.
He's been pretty good with his velocity tonight. A lot of 95-plus stuff so far.
The 0-1 pitch to Acuna from Bello. Kicks and deals down below the knees, 97 misses. It's 1-1.
That one just misses the dirt, not low enough to bounce around and cause the runners to advance. Acuna with the ground out in the first, looking for redemption against Bello.
The 1-1 pitch to Ronald. The windup, the pitch. Off the plate wide, it's 2-1.
And really here, if you're Atlanta, it's a good time to jump ahead with Lee just exiting the game. You're going to get a good mix of bullpen arms here moving forward.
Runners on first and second, 1 out. Acuna digs in. Bello lets it fly, swing and a miss. Strike 2.
The Braves are swinging. He's getting him to swing out of the zone, though. Shore up a little bit if possible and let that puppy come to you. Bello with the walk and a hit so far this inning. A little wild, but the Braves are chasing here.
A 2-2 count, 2 on. Deuces wild in hot Atlanta. Here's the pitch swung on, and that ball is hit high and deep into right field, going back on the track, making the catches. Verdugo. Darnold's going to tag up and get down to third base, but there are two away.
And Acuna just misses that thing. He drives Verdugo all the way back to the track here at Truist, and good put out by Verdugo. Good base running by Darnold to get up into third base, because now if something squirts away, wild pitch or whatnot, you have a chance at scoring a run.
So runners on the corners and 2 outs. That'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. Olson 0 for 1. He looks into Bello. And the first pitch on the way is down below the knees, taken for a ball. It's 1-0.
Olson grounded out in the first as well, so he's looking to revive himself this at bat.
The 1-0 righty-lefty matchup. Bello lets it fly. Fastball and runner on the way. Michael Harris, the second, will have second base stolen with ease as the hind catcher Wong dropped the ball. Runners on second and third and 2 out.
Harris looked like he got an impeccable jump there. He got such a good jump that Wong just flat out dropped it, trying to throw it down. He was trying to throw it hard because he knew he needed a perfect throw. Great job there by Harris to undo the force out and put 2 men into scoring position.
The 1-1 pitch fouled back out of play. We'll do it again. It's 1-2.
Some younger fans out there might question, is that worth the risk? Well, now there's no force at second, so a ball in the gap. It's short.
The 1-2 to Olson. Swing and fouled down the first base line just inside his hands. It's 1-2.
Olson doing anything he can right there to stay alive this at-bat as he's looking to give Atlanta the lead here early.
Braves nothing, Red Sox nothing. Runners on second and third, 2 outs. The 1-2 delivery. Swing, and that ball's grounded right up the middle, right into the teeth of the shift, and it's going to be a 6-3 putout to end the inning. So Braves threaten but fail to score. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
Ah, dude! I thought you said they didn't have alcohol. Look, they got screwdrivers.
Oh, no, just orange juice.
Just orange juice, like the mixer?
Yeah, people drink it. Yeah.
Crazy. When was the last time you drank straight mixer?
Oh, I had a Diet Cola mixer a while ago.
Oh, did you? Was it any good?
Armchair Quarterback Radio, your home for the SEC.
Back third down on the 8. In trouble. Got a block behind him. Going to throw and a run complete to the 25, to the 30. Lindsey's got 35, 41. Lindsey, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Lindsey stop. Lindsey stop.
Second down from the 3. Comes to blitz. Quick flip. Caught. Did he hold it long enough? The official says yes. Oh, boy, is that going to be controversial. Gaffney, the freshman. My goodness. The Florida Gators go 91 yards to come from behind and edge the Tennessee Volunteers in an ending that will be talked about for years. SEC!
By the end of the Civil War, baseball was the national pastime, North and South, West as well as East. Soldiers took the game home with them, and it grew.
It's our game. That's the chief fact in connection with it. America's game has the snap, go, fling of the American atmosphere. It belongs as much to our institutions, fits into them as significantly as our Constitution's laws, is just as important in the sum total of our historic life. Walt Whitman.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves, Boston Red Sox tied 0 apiece. As we head to the top of the 4th inning, Colin McHugh will be back out on the mound. He's due up to face Verdugo. Turner, and Yoshida. So a lefty, righty, lefty. First pitch on the way from McHugh is a sweeper outside the box, and it's 1-0.
After tonight's game, the Red Sox have a getaway day tomorrow. They're hitting the air.
The 1-0 sweeper right there for a strike about belt high. It's 1-1.
Then they're home against St. Louis this weekend, and then they're home against Seattle. Pretty long home stretch.
The 1-1's off the plate. Fastball missing, 91 miles an hour. It's 2-1.
They don't replay the Atlanta Braves for quite some time after this, so enjoy it, fans.
2-1, swing and a miss. Sweeper down near his ankles, and it evens up the count at 2-2.
McHugh, the former starter for the Astros, Colin McHugh.
Verdugo getting the bailout timeout with 2 strikes. A 2-2 count to Verdugo. McHugh looks into Darnold. He winds and deals off the plate wide. It's 3-2.
Hard to keep up with what's allowed for a timeout, what's not.
The 3-2 delivery off the plate misses ball 4, and it's a leadoff walk. You hate to see that to start the 4th.
Never a good thing, especially with the heart of the order coming up. Good job there by Verdugo to lay off. That's not an easy one to lay off. McHugh just missing the outside of the zone, trying to nibble at the corner of the plate. Doesn't go his way. Now you got Turner to deal with. Justin Turner, that is.
So Turner, righty-righty matchup, will face Colin McHugh. The first pitch to Turner is a cutter, top of the zone for a strike. It's 0-1.
McHugh firing it in there at 89.
Justin Turner, 38 years old, Long Beach, California. Played his college ball at Cal State Fullerton. The righty-righty matchup, 0-1 off the plate wide. It's 0-1. 1-1, excuse me.
The Red Sox have a lot of Yankees and Rays games in their near future.
The 1-1 pitch from McHugh. Runner on first, nobody out, and the sweeper misses down below the knees. It's 2-1.
A third of the Red Sox June schedule consists of the Rays or Yankees, so buckle up.
The 2-1 is Turner. Takes it off the plate wide, 3-1. Colin McHugh working himself into a mess.
And he's just missing. Go at him a little bit more, McHugh. You got this. You're just missing the corners. Calm down a little bit, shore that in, and throw some strikes.
The 3-1 pitch from McHugh. And swung on, and that ball's rifled into left field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Runners on first and second, nobody out. With Yoshida coming to the plate. First base hit by the Boston Red Sox.
Now back-to-back half innings with the first base hits by each respective club. And now you got trouble looming. Yoshida, one of the better rookies around Major League Baseball. Slow start to the year, but the past month or so, yesterday just ended a very long hitting streak for him. I believe it was at 15 or 16 games.
So McHugh gets set to face Yoshida. Righty-lefty matchup. Yoshida batting .305 on the year, 5 home runs, 25 RBI. The first pitch is a strike right there at the knees. It's 0-1.
Yoshida coming over from Japan this offseason.
Runners on first and second. Nobody out. The 0-1 delivery. Swing and a miss. Sweeper got him off balance, and it's 0-2.
Hits lefty, throws righty, 176 pounds, standing in at 5'8". Not the biggest of dudes, but has pop.
The 0-2 from McHugh. On the way, swung on and popped up. should be playable. Can of corn. Underneath it's Riley just before the dirt meets the outfield grass in left, and there's one away.
That'll be the classic infield fly, as that ball didn't reach the territory it needs to not qualify for one. Good job there by McHugh to get their biggest threat, right? Now you could calm down a little bit, try and get a double play and get out of the inning.
So Kike Hernandez comes to the plate. He's 0 for 1, righty-righty matchup. First pitch from McHugh is swung on and missed. Cutter, top of the zone, outer edge. It's 0-1.
90 mile an hour there from McHugh. Gets him to swing right over it.
Braves nothing, Red Sox nothing. Top of the fourth, one away. Runners on first and second. Comes set, the pitch, swing and a miss. Cutter on the outer edge. It's 0-2.
And now you could really mess with them a little bit here. You could have your way as you're ahead 0-2 in the count.
So you got an 0-2 count. McHugh winds and flips it and swung on it. That ball's going to get drilled into left field just past the glove of Arcia. Around comes Verdugo. He's going to score. It's 1-0 Boston. Runners on first and second and still one away.
That squibbler finds its way through third and short right there. And with Verdugo's speed, he does get around fairly easily. Kike Hernandez comes through with a big hit there. McHugh's pitching to contact here, and it backfired there. Not a terrible pitch. Looked like it was going down and out of the zone, but Kike goes down to get it just past the glove of Arcia. And again, Verdugo in with ease.
So one run is in, and Duran comes to the plate. Righty-lefty matchup. First pitch on the way is inside, taken for a ball. It's 1-0.
Duran batting is sizzling .355 to start the year. He's been up and down from AAA Pawtucket in Boston.
The 1-0 from McHugh. Swing and a miss. Top of the zone cutter, and it's 1-1.
You'd appreciate here if McHugh could stop the bleeding at 1. Don't go down too big.
The 1-1 pitch. Cutter swung on and fouled down the line. Plenty foul. It's 1-2.
On a bullpen day as well, you're never afraid to go to the pen. So at least if you do work into trouble here, you're not battling, hey, do I want to leave the starter into innings on bullpen days? You expect to run through the pen a little bit.
Runners on first and second, one away. A righty-lefty matchup. The 1-2 pitch from McHugh. He comes set. He lets it fly. And, oh, baby, that was a strike. But they're going to call that a ball. It's 2-2.
Really good pitch there. Most of that ball, I'd say 95% of that ball was in the K zone there. Questionable one from the blue.
Terrible, terrible call. Should have been a strikeout. The 2-2 pitch swung on, and that ball's hit into center field. It's going to get down for a base hit. A run will score as Turner's chugging around third. You got runners on first and second, one away. The blown call by the umpire cost the Braves a run. It's 2-0 Boston.
And as we both alluded to, that was a really bad missed call by the blue there. Not seen yet this game, but missed a bad one there. And it pays as Duran pokes that thing into the outfield for a base knock that brings in a run. Going out to talk to McHugh now, it looks like the Braves are doing.
Time called. And no, that's going to be an automatic ball put on McHugh for taking too long. I see the question. Strider would have been on short rest. They're not going to do that with an 8-game lead in May.
Mm-hmm. He just pitched on the 6th.
First pitch on the way from McHugh is grounded over to Ozzie. Ozzie's got it, flips it over to first. It'll be a 4-3 putout. Both runners move up. Ozzie really didn't have time to turn two, so he took the easy play. Might have been able to get Duran at second as he was slow getting out of the box, but out of the gate. I mean, but Ozzie decided to play it smart, play it safe.
One of the rare times in baseball as a batter when a soft hit ball is a benefit opposed to a hard hit ball.
So that'll bring Wong to the plate. Wong takes a half-hearted swing, chasing one out of the zone. It's 0-1.
That thing would have been a ball for days, and Wong was nibbling at that one. Look for him to stay out of the zone here with Wong.
The 0-1 pitch on the way, right there for a strike, swing and a miss, and it's 0-2.
And he's nibbling that bottom half of the strike zone against Wong. Now Wong puts himself in a very tough spot here as a free swinger.
If you missed the news earlier, Strider will start Friday night. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, and that'll end the inning. Boston gets 2, but it could have been much worse. The heart of the Braves order coming to the plate.
Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
We're down to 1 strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the job, baby. All throughout Braves country, pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all. Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, with 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry.
1868. Somehow or other, they don't play ball nowadays as they used to some 8 or 10 years ago. I don't mean to say that they don't play it as well, but I mean that they don't play with the same kind of feelings or for the same objects they used to. It appears to me that ball matches have come to be controlled by different parties and for different purposes than those that prevailed in 1858 or 1859.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail 2-0 as we head to the bottom of the 4th inning. Austin Riley due up. He'll be followed by Murphy and Rosario. Second time through the lineup for Bello. First time for these Braves hitters seeing Brian Bello. The first pitch on the way from Bello is swung on and grounded right up the middle, in between the 4-6 hole, just left of the second base bag, and it's a leadoff single for Austin Riley.
Great way to start after the Red Sox get a couple. Braves with the quick hit. Riley finds a gap, keeps it on the ground, makes it easy. Bello's been hittable the past couple of innings. Let's hope for the Braves to put on a little hit parade right here.
So 1 on, nobody out. Sean Murphy will come to the plate. Murphy 0 for 1 with a ground out. It's like Bello's having some issues with his pitch comm device.
Messing around with his hat, trying to get it going. Is this thing on? Looks like he's got it figured out.
0 for 1 with a ground out in the second. 296 average, 9 home runs, 32 RBI. The first pitch right there at the knees for a strike, 97 miles an hour. It's 0-1.
Firing away at 97. So he's getting consistent speed on his fastball tonight.
The 0-1 pitch from Bello. Winds, kicks, and deals. Swing and a miss. 95-mile-an-hour sinker just below the bat, just below the knees. It's 0-2.
Murphy coming over from Oakland this past offseason, spent 4 years in their organization.
The 0-2 pitch as Bello looks in. Winds and flips it in there down below the knees. Tried to get Murphy to chase. It's 1-2.
He was drafted in the 3rd round of the 2016 Major League Baseball draft.
The 1-2 pitch on the way. Bello off the plate wide. Did he go around? They're going to check down first base umpire Carlos Torres. He says he did not. It's 2-2.
It was a blockbuster this offseason as the A's got Moeller and Tarnock along with Pena. Brewers got William Contreras and Yeager. Then the Braves landed Murphy.
The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And there's one away.
Murphy just not able to get a piece of that one. It does clip the zone, so if he looks at it, he does go down as well. Bello there with a nice job of painting the bottom corner of the zone. Really good fastball there from Bello. He's at 63 pitches, so they're working him. They're just got to do a little more to crack him.
That'll bring Eddie Rosario to the plate. Rosario 0-for-1, righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch on the way is a swing and a miss. Fastball, 97 miles an hour, right in his kitchen. It's 0-1.
Rosario was a big contributor to the Braves World Series team.
Rosario digs in on the 0-1 pitch. The windup, swing and a miss. Another one blown right by him. 97 miles an hour on the outer edge. It's 0-2.
And he's just putting it by him right now. They got to adjust and maybe move back a little bit.
The 0-2 to Rosario. Ozzie Albies stands on deck. They set up wide. Here's the pitch. Swing, and that ball's banged off the plate. We'll do it again at 0-2.
Cool fact about Rosario and his major league debut: on his first pitch he's seen, he hit a home run off of Scott Kazmir.
The 0-2 pitch on the way. The windup lets it fly. Swing, and that ball is short, hopped into the glove of the shortstop. It's going to be a 6-4 put out. Riley slid extremely early. Rosario is going to beat any kind of an attempt of a throw down the line. So Riley to the bench, Rosario to first on a fielder's choice.
One of the scariest things in sports has to be when you're that runner barreling down into second base. You know that ball's coming quickly over to first. You just try and duck and dodge it. Sometimes ducking and dodging puts you in more harm's way.
First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies is a fastball, outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1.
Albies looking for redemption. 0-for-1 here to start.
The 0-1 to Ozzie. Open stance from the left side of the plate. Bello winds up. He lets it fly, and it's off the plate wide. It's 1-1.
Albies with that stance where his leg starts pretty out wide, his front leg, and then works its way back in.
So a 1-1 count to Ozzie. He's 0-for-1 with the strikeout in the second. Mets lead the Reds 2-1. That game is in the top of the 7th. The 1-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's popped up. Looks like it'll be playable in left field. Camping underneath it and making the catch is Ref Snyder, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves put one on but fail to score. We'll head to the top of the 5th. It's 2-0 Boston.
We can't Ruby Dern your frazzle dazzle.
You don't want to miss as we covered the entire NFL on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
12-0 Chicago Bears. If they can go all the way, they would be 19-0. The last undefeated team in pro football history, these Miami Dolphins. 72, 14-0 regular season. After the Super Bowl, they were 17-0 for a third down and 6. Cooper, Moore, and Clayton. Out of the way, into the arms of Clayton. Oh, and are things going right for the Dolphins tonight? 42-yard touchdown, batted into the air at the line of scrimmage. This is vintage Monday Night Football. Final seconds ticking off. Bears will not go undefeated. But what a victory for the Dolphins. And Dan Marino reigns supreme once again.
It's smart. It's a smart line, and a smart crowd will appreciate it. And I'm not going to dumb it down for some bonehead mass audience. Not you.
Armchair.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
What must be the contempt for those who would degrade our great national game and make it a business? When such becomes the case, farewell to baseball. The excitement which is at present attendant on these contests will cease. Then the game itself will gradually but surely die out. Philadelphia City item.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail Boston 2-0 as we head to the top of the fifth inning. Danny Young's going to come in to pitch the fifth.
Danny Young is going to look to give this team at least an inning here, as he's pitched 5 games this year, 4.2 innings with a nice 1.93 ERA and no walks to 8 strikeouts.
Young is flipped outside for a ball. It's 1-0.
Gotta love that ratio, McGee. 8 strikeouts, no walks for the young pitcher.
Lefty-lefty matchup, the 1-0. Swing and a miss. Strike one, it's 1-1. Danny Young, 28-year-old left-hander from Boynton Beach, Florida, drafted by the Toronto Blue Jays back in 2015. The 1-1 from Young. He kicks and deals inside and hits the batter. And that'll send the number 9 hitter Valdez down to first with nobody out.
And it looked like friendly fire there, as after it hit the batter, the ball ricocheted and hit Travis d'Arnaud back there. So hopefully he's okay. Let's get a better look at it. Yeah, it gets d'Arnaud in the shoulder off the reflection of the batter, but both seem to be okay at least. d'Arnaud's a tough cookie.
Nobody out. Ref Snyder will come to the plate. Leadoff hitter, he's 0 for 2. Lefty-righty matchup. Young flips it in there for a strike, 89-mile-an-hour sinker, belt high, and it's 0-1.
Young's firing it in there early. Russ Snyder, the oddity of a leadoff hitter.
The 0-1 pitch in the dirt evens up the count at 1-1.
And when you look at his career body of work, it's interesting how he keeps circling into leadoff.
Mets still lead the Reds 2-1. That game is in the 7th inning. Verlander with 92 pitches. The 1-1 from Young. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. It's 1-2.
Russ Snyder with the career on-base percentage at .329 over 8 seasons and .242 batting average.
It's registering as a slider, but his slider is really more of a curveball as it's coming in there at 78.
The
1-2 pitch from Young. Flips it, fouled back out of play. It's 1-2.
Russ Snyder with just 13 career home runs and 856 plate appearances.
He goes 87 on his sinker and about 78 on his, I'll call it a curve. Those are his 2 main pitches. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him with the curve. And his trouble with the curve makes it 1 away.
It's almost like a slurve at times there. That thing is pretty nasty. It has both sideways action and down and away action. Even d'Arnaud, look at that ball rattle in his mitt. That thing is loaded with movement. That is nasty, kids. That's what you got to learn.
So a lefty-lefty matchup now with Verdugo coming to the plate, and he takes a hack at the first pitch coming inside. Sinker bangs it off the plate, foul. It's 0-1.
If I'm a lefty facing a lefty pitcher like Young, those off speeds have to look like they just disappear out of the zone when you're up there.
I like in Young's windup very close to what Chris Sale does.
You're right on that. That's right on.
Young steps off the rubber for a second. Now he regroups. The 0-1 to Verdugo. Lefty. Takes a second. Here's the pitch. And right there for a strike. Here comes the throw right down Main Street to the left of the bag. The tag applied by Arcia. He got him.
And that's a great throw from the catcher, d'Arnaud there. Great ball placement, because when you're trying to get a guy out stealing second, you want to put the throw a little bit back and left. So when your fielder goes to catch it, his mitt's in place where the guy slides into the tag.
His hand in the cookie jar, and his manager was waving him in because he was standing out there wanting a replay, a challenge, and he said, "Come on, man, you're out. Let's go." The 1-1 pitch to Verdugo is in the dirt. It's 2-1.
Just runs into the out right there.
So the hit by pitch wiped away with the great throw by d'Arnaud. The 2-1 pitch swung on and bang foul. It's 2-2. Almost forgot for a second it was d'Arnaud behind the plate. Was thinking that was Murphy.
Looking good. Looking like Murphy back there already in one of his first games back.
Braves 0, Boston 2. Top of the 5th inning. The 2-2 pitch off the plate wide. It's 3-2.
Young looking to get out of this inning unscathed after a base runner, but that's why you got good catchers to throw them out.
The 3-2 pitch. Swing and fouls it off his foot. Hopping around his Verdugo. Looks like he'll be okay. It's a full count again from Young.
Verdugo, one of the rare ones to sport 99 in baseball. Manny Ramirez also sported that number, but with the Dodgers, not with the Red Sox. That ball hit square off his inner foot.
So a full count as Verdugo is ready to get back in. Lefty-lefty matchup. The 3-2 delivery. Swing and foul down the line. Plenty foul into the left field corner. It's 3-2.
Thank gosh for Boston fans. Verdugo missed some time last week with an illness. They cannot afford him to get a foot injury here.
The 3-2 pitch on the way. Swung on, and that ball is going to be a soft liner over second base, but standing there is Arcia, and that'll end the inning. So 3 up, 3 down. We come back. d'Arnaud, Harris, Arcia coming to the plate.
And I gotta tell you, fellas, you have got what appears to be a dynamite sound.
You'll do anything to stay healthy. So isn't it time to think about your water? Aquasana water filters remove contaminants other filters don't, like lead, bacteria, viruses, and pesticides. Up to 99% of 88 contaminants, while leaving vital minerals you need like potassium, calcium, and magnesium. Visit waterfilter.com now. That's waterfilter.com for pure, delicious water and the ultimate peace of mind. Aquasana. Better water, better you.
There's a tier level of like college and adult life, and I'm not going back to the college level tier. You can't go, this isn't walking back into my fridge. Not ever happening again.
Well, no,
but ice at that.
But if I'm somewhere, okay, Busch Light I can deal with. Natty Light, no. Natty Light, I don't even feel like it's, I don't know. Natty Ice, definitely not. That's just a headache in a can. But when I say cheap beer, like stuff that's not, the upper echelon, I'm talking about your domestics. I can live on a domestic. I don't have to have the hippest, $15 for a 6-pack beer. I'm fine with
Oh, definitely. I mean, heck, let's face it. After the first two, they all taste the same after that.
Well, yeah, and if you're going to drink all day, I'm not trying to mess around with the double IPAs and porters and stuff like that. Dude, you're about to go to a dark place.
Armchair.
The Red Stockings finished their first season with a record of 65 wins and not a single loss. They also managed to turn a profit for their investors, $1.39. The city that had once prided itself on the stockyards had become the baseball capital of the country, and the Red Stockings spread the gospel from New York to San Francisco, traveling on the just completed Transcontinental Railroad.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Mac Magee sitting alongside Tones Areola as we head to the bottom of the fifth inning. Travis d'Arnaud coming to the plate.
Welcome back, Travis.
d'Arnaud walked his first time up. Brian Bello, 4 innings so far, 4 Ks, no earned runs. The first pitch on the way from Bello to d'Arnaud is swung on and hit high down the right field line, bending foul, out of play. Verdugo tried to climb the wall to make the catch. I think he just did that for posturing because he was nowhere near that ball.
No, that thing almost had, if not did have home run distance, there was no way Verdugo was going to come down with
We
that
were
thing.
closer to that ball.
Yeah, I think we were indeed closer.
So a loud strike. d'Arnaud digs back in with the 0-1 count. The wind up the pitch, swung on and hit hard down the left field line, throwing off his back foot and safe at first base. d'Arnaud gingerly running down the line. He was humping it as hard as he could.
What did we allude to earlier? Catchers hustling. You love to see that.
It's one of those where you weren't sure what was going to beat what. Was it going to be the snail or the water trickling down the hill?
He put on his PF Flyers right there, d'Arnaud. Man, what hustle, though. We talked about it earlier. You just love to see.
Gotta be the shoes.
Gotta be. He wore a little bit extra long cleats today.
So 1 on, nobody out, and the first pitch to Michael Harris is a fastball on the edge for a strike. Make that his changeup. It's 0-1. The 0-1 to Michael, righty-lefty matchup. They set up outside again. The wind-up to pitch, swing and a miss. Came out over the top of that changeup. It's 0-2.
And Bello here is still firing away. That time a changeup we see.
Red Sox in double play depth. The 0-2 delivery. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 97 miles an hour, pumped it right by him, the top of the zone, outer edge.
Harris just can't catch up there. That's a fastball from Bello. He's been throwing them pretty fast all night, right around 95 to 97. A little bit of movement on that one as well. That's tough cutting away from you.
So that'll bring Orlando Arcia to the plate. Arcia takes the first pitch off the plate for a ball. It's 1-0. Slider misses.
Arcia looking to get on here and get a rally going. We're still in the mid stages of the game.
Orlando batting .352 on the year, 2 home runs, 8 RBI. The 1-0 pitch swung on and banged off his foot. Foul. It's 1-1.
The former Milwaukee Brewer, Orlando Arcia was a former top 100 prospect with the Brewers. Now getting an everyday role here in Atlanta.
Bello leans in, gets the sign. Looks back, winds and deals, down below the knees, ball 2, it's 2-1. Standing on deck, Ronald Acuna Jr.
And Arcia was traded with the Brewers on April 6th of 2021 for Patrick Weigel and Chad Sabakta.
The 2-1 pitch. On the way inside, ball 3, 3-1.
In November 21, Arcia and the Braves struck a deal for 2 years, $3 million. Before striking another one this year.
So 3-1 count to Orlando. Runner on first, one away. The wind up the pitch. Swing, and that ball's hit hard on the ground to third. It's going to be a 5-4-3 inning-ending double play. We'll head to the top of the sixth. The Braves trail 2-0.
I was going to Columbia, for Christ's sakes. Wants to be some kind of a professional woman, like you.
A psychiatrist?
And I have to listen to guys like me whine all day.
Here's payoff pitch, and swing on and miss. Strike three. Yak 'em. We're 1 out away, Braves country, from a trip to the World Series. Whatever superstition you got, do it. The entire city of Atlanta, the entire South is standing on their feet, trying to will the Braves into the World Series. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and swung on and ripped over to Dansby Swanson. Dansby's got it. He fires over to first. Baby, sound the trumpets! Do the chop through the streets! Your Atlanta Braves are headed to the 2021 World Series! Oh, baby! We have not been into the World Series in 22 years. But come Tuesday night in Houston, we'll have first pitch. Go dance in the streets, baby!
Have you ever protested anything?
Sure, every time I get thrown out of the pub.
By the end of the Civil War, baseball was the national pastime, North and South, West as well as East. Soldiers took the game home with them, and it grew.
It's our game. That's the chief fact in connection with it. America's game has the snap, go, fling of the American atmosphere. It belongs as much to our institutions, fits into them as significantly as our Constitution's laws, is just as important in the sum total of our historic life. Walt Whitman.
Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail 2-0. We head to the top of the sixth. It's about that time to turn back time here on Braves Country Baseball. We'll try to squeeze this in as we go along. Got a few of them today. On this date, 1909, church bells ring when Fred Toney completes the longest no-hitter in organized baseball history, a 1-0 victory. Lexington Colts over the Bluegrass League is the first pitch on the way from Jesse Chavez, who's new into the game. Fires it for a strike. It's 0-1.
The former Cub, Jesse Chavez, familiar with him.
0-1 pitch on the way from Chavez is swung on and popped up. Let's stay in play, bending, fouling out of play over past the first base dugout. It's 0-2. Church bells ring in 1909 when Fred Toney completes the longest no-hitter in organized baseball history, a 1-0 victory. Lexington Colts of the Bluegrass League, as word spread around town about the Class D Winchester Hustlers right-hander performer on the mound as the 0-2 pitch swung on and fouled away. We'll do it again at 0-2. Fans continued to stream into the ballpark before the contest. Lone run scored on a squeeze play in the bottom of the 17th, and that's on this date in 1909. The 0-2 from Jesse swung on and rifled foul out of play. We'll do it again at 0-2. On this date in 1967, Hammer and Hank Aaron hits it inside the Parker as Chavez gets set to flip the 0-2 up there just off the plate wide. It's 1-2. Hank Aaron hits an inside the park home run off future Hall of Fame right-hander Jim Bunning in the team's 4-3 loss to the Phillies in Connie Mack Stadium. The 1-2 from Jesse, swing and a miss, strike three. Got him with the cutter on the outer edge. There's one away. The 8th inning round tripper from Hammer and Hank will be Hammer and Hank's only homer, which he doesn't clear the fence of his record-setting 755 home runs. First pitch on the way to Yoshida is a strike on the outer edge. Cutter taken for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 just off the plate wide. 1-1.
Yoshida looking to get off the schneid here tonight. 0 for 2 to this point.
The 1-1. Top of the zone, taken for a strike. It's 1-2.
Good job there by Chavez to get in the strike zone.
The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him. And there's 2 away.
The Braves have been able to do a tremendous job of keeping Yoshida in check this series so far, especially tonight. 0 for 3 and a strikeout right there. Good stuff from Jesse Chavez.
On this date, 1968, Denny McLain wins his 5th consecutive start. All complete games is the first pitch on the way from Chavez is a cutter, top of the zone for a strike, 92 on the outer edge. It's 0-1 to Hernandez. The 0-1 swung on and fouled away. It's 0-2. All complete games by Denny McLain, all 5 of them. Going the distance, the Tigers 12-1 routed the Senators in D.C. Stadium. With the victory, Detroit takes possession of first place, position the eventual world champions will maintain for the remainder of the season. The 0-2 from Jesse, off the plate wide, it's 1-2. And on this date in 2008, the Padres 3-2 victory over the Rockies. The great Greg Maddux is the 1-2 pitches off the plate. It's 2-2. On his 5th attempt, wins his 350th career game. The 42-year-old right-hander gives up 3 hits in 6 innings, hitting that milestone as the 2-2 pitch is swung on and popped up high in the air, caught by Riley, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We'll finish up this turn back time. Greg Maddux becomes the third hurler, along with Warren Spahn and Roger Clemens, to win 350 games since 1928, and that's your turn back time for May 10th. Figured this would be a good time to hit the scoreboard, the out-of-town scoreboard, Tones.
Yes, sir.
If you got that pulled up in front of you.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. And we'll head out of town to Chicago to start as the Cubs have an early lead here, top of the 5th, 5-2 over the St. Louis Cardinals. Justin Steele on the mound against Jordan Montgomery. Patrick Wisdom and Yan Gomes have home runs in that one. Wilson Contreras with an RBI. The Royals are pouncing all over Lance Lynn and the White Sox, 5-1 there in the top of the 5th. Lance Lynn let up 4 runs in the first inning, has tried to settle down a little bit. Kansas City not making him get comfortable. The Orioles have a late lead on the Rays, bottom of the 8th. They're up 2-1 here in the late stages of that. The Mets are clinging on to a 2-1 lead over Cincinnati. That's in the bottom of the 8th. Over there, and just in the top of the 6th, the 6th inning just underway here. The Padres are trailing the Twins 2-0, and that pitching matchup is Pablo Lopez against Seth Lugo. Lopez was a big offseason acquisition from Miami in the Luis Arias swap. So that's tonight's MLB scoreboard update.
See that Tampa Bay Baltimore game's going to the 9th, 2-1.
Looking on the ice quick as well. The Maple Leafs looking to get a quick win here tonight. They're up 1-0 on the Florida Panthers after 2 periods. The Leafs are down 3-0 in that series. And then in the NBA, you got the New York Knicks looking to face elimination. They're down 3-1 against the Miami Heat, but they're up 9 right now, midway through the 3rd quarter. You got the Knicks winning 58-49 with 7 minutes to go in quarter 3.
So we're ready to start the bottom of the 6th, and the first pitch from Bello to Ron Acuna Jr. is in the dirt for a ball. It's 1-0. Acuna's 0 for 2 with a ground out, a fly out, batting .338, 5 home runs, 21 RBI. The 1-0 right there for a strike, 95 miles an hour on the outer edge. It's 1-1.
Bello undoubtedly having his best start of the young season tonight.
The 1-1 pitch, high and out of the zone, 95 miles an hour. About letter high, it's 2-1.
The beautiful thing about baseball is you could generate a rally quite quickly.
The 2-1 from Bello to Acuna. Off the plate, wide ball, 3-1. So a 3-1 count to Ronald Acuna Jr., nobody out. Matt Olson stands on deck, Riley in the hole. Murphy, if they keep it going, the 3-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's belted high and deep. It's going back. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ram-a-llama, ding-dong, a solo blast into the night. And hold everything. That's a whopper out of town. It's 2-1. The lead is cut in half.
Acuna Matata. Have no worries tonight, folks. Ronald Acuna just put that one on blast, and he continues his scorching start to the season and his continued emergence as one of the better players in baseball and MVP candidates early in the ongoing of this year. Such a fun player to watch. Absolutely ripped that one. And as you said, McGee, Bello hasn't looked great this year. This is the first time all season he's trying to go more than 5 innings. Let's see if the Braves can make him pay.
So that'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. First pitch to Olson is out of the zone for a ball. It's 1-0.
Bello's other starts has gone 5 innings twice, 4 innings, and then 2 1/3.
We'll get the stats on you here in a second. The 1-0 pitch swung on and grounded over towards second. A 4-3 put out, and there's one away.
And the Red Sox make a nice play there. They didn't want to let Olson get on base after letting up a home run there, so they're trying to quiet the storm quickly.
Ronald Acuna Jr. absolutely blasted that ball. 470 happy feet, 114 miles an hour off the bat with a 27-degree angle. First pitch on the way to Riley is down below the knees for a ball. It's 1-0.
I don't think that ball is touched down yet. I think that ball's en route to Boston.
If you're in the area, duck. That thing could be coming through the window. The 1-0 pitch down below the knees, 2-0 to Riley.
And the account MLB HR on Twitter says that thing would have went 390 more feet than where it landed.
The 2-0 down below the knees, ball 3-0.
Oh, baby.
Riley.
Oh, baby. Here we go. It's picking up now for Atlanta.
The 3-0 pitch winds up, lets it fly, swung on, and bangs it off the plate foul. 96-mile-an-hour sinker. It's 3-1.
Had the green light there. Riley did on 3-0, and you don't mind that swing because that would have been a called strike regardless.
The 3-1 delivery to Riley. Swing, and that ball's fouled down the line. 96 mile an hour is on the outer edge. Slices into the upper deck, and it's 3-2.
That would have been a strike as well, so Riley's getting his money's worth here early, it seems.
The 3-2 pitch on the way to Riley. Flips it in there, swung on, and that ball's roasted up the middle. Into center field. No chance for the defense. A worm burner. There's one on, one out. Eddie Rosario coming to the plate.
Bello's starting to get hit a little bit, and now you see the Red Sox pitching coach come to the mound to chat with their young right-handed pitcher. 2 out of 3 batters to reach base so far here in the bottom of the 6th for Atlanta, one being a home run by Ronald Acuna, and then one being this scorched single up the middle for Austin Riley. You see the Red Sox having a meeting at the mound there. It doesn't look like Bello's coming out of the game just yet, but they're talking to him, seeing how he's feeling. He's got to be running out of steam, McGee. Again, he hasn't lasted longer than 5 innings this year.
Dave Bush, the pitching coach for the Boston Red Sox finishing up the talk, and home plate umpire Clinton Vordak rushes them off. So I'd say the next move you're going to see is Alex Cora going out to the mound, and as the Red Sox do have a right-hander warming up in the bullpen. Braves got the chop going. Here comes Sean Murphy, runner on first, one away. The go-ahead run at the plate, the tying run at first. The first pitch on the way is swung on and banged foul over towards third. It's 0-1.
The chop is one of the cooler things around the world of baseball and around the world of sports, in my opinion.
Murphy 0 for 2, a ground out, a strikeout. Righty-righty matchup. They set up outside. The 0-1 from Bello. He lets it fly. Swing and a miss. Slider got him off track. It's 0-2.
And now heels up against the wall here for Murphy, but no better man to do it.
Mets lead 2-1, top of the ninth in Cincinnati. Keep you updated on what's going on there. Here it's 2-1. Braves trail by 1. The 0-2 pitch to Murphy. Swing, and that ball's hit hard down the third base line, and it is a fair ball. Trying to beat it out, but he'll get gunned down over at first is Murphy. Murphy was busting it as hard as he could, but just does not have the wheels. Riley does make it up to second on the play.
Murphy just couldn't make it down the line. Again, good effort coming from a catcher, though. They do move the man up, so now the tie-in run sits only 180 feet away from crossing home plate. Sad out there, but a productive out there if you have to make one.
Murphy, one of the slower runners in baseball, but he was hustling. Got to give him the credit. First pitch on the way to Rosario is a swing and a miss. Change up on the outer edge. It's 0-1.
Yeah, and he is one of the slower runners in the game, but good hustle there for him, nonetheless.
The 0-1 pitch. Righty-lefty matchup. A single would tie this. The 0-1. Swing and pops it up. It'll bend out of play behind home plate into the upper deck. It's 0-2.
Those pop-ups are always a game. They seem like they're staying in, and then next thing you know, they're curving all the way around. So good to see that one get out of play.
So Rosario down to his last strike. Hope to see him choke up a little bit and just try to put one in play. This is a final Baltimore 2-1 over Tampa. The 0-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's fouled back out of play. Do it again at 0-2.
In Tampa.
That gives Baltimore the series win.
Mm-hmm. Tampa had more bad news tonight as Tyler Glasnow had to leave his rehab start early.
The 0-2 pitch from Bello. The 100th of the night. Swung on, and that ball is ripped into the right field. They're going to send Riley. Here he comes around. Come on, get down, baby. He's safe. Rosario up to second. They might get him. He's meat. So the bad news is the inning's over. The good news is we tied. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Does this shade of red make me look like a clown?
No. It makes you look like a prostitute who caters exclusively to clowns.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Reggie Gillespie dives into the end zone. The winning points for North Carolina State. And the teams come together in the end zone, pushing, shoving between the back and the heels as Gillespie has scored the winning points. His fifth rushing TD, but these teams need to be separated. The emotion boils over on the last play of the game as Gillespie goes to the end zone. And it's a sea of Carolina blue and State red.
And Carruthers gets into it, and they've doused him, and now we've got a big brawl out on the field. Marring would have been the 200th victories for Bobby Bodden. Look at this. That's an ugly mess down there. This is ugly. Starting to get it cleared up down there, although there's still some bodies flying around.
ACC football, backyard brawls all year long.
Been chomping at the bit ever since I've sold this at like 5 o'clock in the morning. Like, what am I looking at? This dude's wearing a sports bra. No one else wants to talk about that. Like the announcers didn't bring it up or nothing. They said, that's a really goal. And they start breaking down the goals. They screw the goal, break down the fact the dude's wearing a sports bra and then showing it off.
Armchair.
Look, will happily pay 75 cents to $1.50 to go to the theater. And numbers prefer baseball to theatricals. We must make the games worth witnessing, and there will be no fault found with the price. A good game is worth 50 cents. A poor one is dear at 25. Harry Wright.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves have tied it up. A laser shot into right field, and Riley hustling all the way around the bag makes it 2-2. Rosario was thrown out at second trying to stretch his single into a two-bagger. So we head to the top of the seventh, and A.J. Minter comes to the hill. Minter, lefty-lefty matchup. First pitch on the way to Duran is a fastball top of the zone. They're going to call that a ball. I'm not sure about that one. It's 1-0.
Didn't miss by much if it did at all there with Duran stepping to the plate. 1-2 tonight.
Pitch track will show you it's right there in the zone. The 1-0 pitch off the plate wide, 2-0.
Can't fall down too early here if you're Minter.
The 2-1 pitch, a 2-0 pitch, excuse me. Fastball, inside ball 3-0.
And Minter opened the year as a closer for the Braves while Iglesias was healing.
The 3-0 from Minter, lefty-lefty matchup from Duran, and it's off the plate wide, ball 4. So the struggles continue for A.J. Minter. Walks the leadoff batter after grabbing the lead. That'll bring Tristan Casas to the plate. Casas 0 for 2. The strikeout, a ground out. Good lead by Duran. He's got some wheels. First pitch on the way from Minter is high and inside, ball 5. And 1-0 count to Casas.
You just need him to get going here, and the catcher's going to come out now, Darnode, and have a little talk with A.J. Minter here. You can't continue to throw balls here. You just tied this game. You got to hold him. You can't afford more free passes here. I mean, free passes ultimately kill you in baseball.
So Murphy's back behind the plate now after having a chat with Minter. The 1-0 pitch in the dirt, ball 2, 2-0.
The chat seemingly didn't do anything to start there. Minter just has to find his own lefty-lefty matchup. Casas has been struggling as well.
Kind of had a weird landing there on that pitch. The 2-0 for Minter. Right there for a strike on the outer edge. Casas didn't like it. I can't say I blame him. It's 2-1.
Makeup call for missing the one in the zone that they uncalled earlier.
2-1. Murphy sets up on the outer part of the plate. Here's the pitch. Down and out. It's 3-1. So nibbling around the corners has ran this up to 3-1. Standing on deck, the right-handed bat of Connor Wong.
Opens the door at a pinch bunt, perhaps.
The 3-1 pitch from Minter. Runners off and going. Strike right down the middle. Taken all the way by Casas. Duran stands on second. The go-ahead run.
With the lefty on the mound, the Red Sox get a little tricky there.
He had a huge lead. Took off. The Braves didn't even offer down there. Probably a smart idea. Worst thing you can do is throw it down there and sail it into the outfield. Mm-hmm. So a 3-2 pitch, Minter versus Casas. A lefty-lefty matchup, runner on second, nobody out. Top of the 7th inning, tied up at 2. Minter steps off the rubber for a second, restarts it. The 3-2 pitch. Minter winds up and flips it off the plate, ball 4. So another walk. That'll bring up the right-handed bat, Connor Wong.
Now you open up the playbook of possibilities here for the Red Sox. You could get creative and try and bunt. You could try and put the ball in play. The last thing they want to do is hit into a double play, so it'll be interesting to see Wong's approach here.
Lefty-righty matchup, Wong 0 for 2 on the night. The first pitch from Minter shows bunt, pulls it back. It's right there for a strike at the knees, 96 miles an hour. It's 0-1.
Wong looking around a little bit, but that was a strike. That was right at the knees. That was caught plenty of the strike zone. Good job there for Minter.
Braves are playing to bunt now. The 0-1 pitch, he does not swing and a miss. 96 miles an hour, blew it right by him, and it's 0-2.
As a corner infielder, when you're playing in and see that swing and not a bunt, that freaks you out a little bit.
Set up on the outside, the 0-2 pitch on the way. Kicks and deals, swing, and fouls it off the home plate umpire. Clinton Vordak looked like went off his mask. Seems to be okay. Darnode back there checking on him.
The good old catcher-umpire friendship.
I thought it hit his mask. It actually hit his chest protector on his right shoulder.
We'll get another look.
So Darnode goes out there to talk to Minter, really just buying time for home plate umpire Clinton Vordak. The 0-2 from Minter sets the up, swing and a miss, strike 3, 97 miles an hour, about letter high, couldn't catch up, and there's one away.
And Minter needed that as he let up back-to-back walks, and here gets a strikeout.
So that'll bring Bobby Dalbuck to the plate, and he'll be pinch hitting. But before that happens, Snickers going to the pen. Minter has a look like, what are you doing? Snickers like, what do you think I'm doing? You've walked 2 guys. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
You couldn't figure out the World's Theory for yourself? It's just common sense. Anybody knows you got to keep your worlds apart.
I'm going to go, and I guess to hone it in, I was going to say chemicals, but cleaning supplies.
Okay, yeah, I like it.
You can go cheap on them. You can buy a store brand. Doesn't clean to your satisfaction. Just add a little more to it.
What you and I have told the American public today is there's certain things that you don't want to go cheap on, but if it comes down to your health or your cleanliness, you're fine with it.
Armchair.
We sitting here, I'm supposed to be the franchise player, and we're in here talking about practice. Not a game. We talking about practice.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Every magnate in the country is indebted to this man, Harry Wright, for the establishment of baseball as a business. and every patron for furnishing him with a systematic recreation. Every player is indebted to him for inaugurating an occupation by which he gains a livelihood, and the country at large for adding one more industry to furnish employment: sporting life.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves tied up 2 apiece with the Boston Red Sox. They're going to go to the right-hander Bobby Dahlbeck, and we're going to go to the right-hander Nick Anderson. Nick Anderson comes out of the pen. And they're going to go back to Rafael Devers. So it's righty-lefty, righty-lefty. The first pitch on the way from Anderson is a swing and a miss strike. 0-1.
Devers made his MLB debut in 2017 with the Red Sox.
0-1 pitch, swing and a miss in the dirt. And it's 0-2.
Two-time All-Star in 2021 and 2022 and a World Series champ in 2018.
The 0-2 pitch, swing, and pops it up out of play. Do it again at 0-2. I kind of forgot they had left Devers off the lineup tonight. I thought about it pregame, then kind of slipped my mind. So they did burn Dahlbeck, though. So they used 2 pinch hitters for this play. The 0-2 pitch, swung on and missed. Strike 3, got him. 95 mile an hour. Foul tip into the glove. And there's 2 away. A big strikeout there by Anderson.
The former Ray Anderson is able to get him there, and that's a huge strikeout right there for Anderson. And now he's looking to save Minter's bacon with 2 outs.
So they'll go to the bench one more time. Ref Snyder will take a seat. Raimel Tapia will come to the plate, so it's another righty-lefty matchup. Tapia, formerly of the Colorado Rockies, left-handed outfielder, 29 years old, 6'3", 175. The first pitch right there at the knees. Curveball for a strike. It's 0-1.
And that's a good start to the count for Anderson.
The 0-1 pitch. Swung on that ball's rifled down the right field line. That's going to be trouble. 1 run will score. Here comes the throw around, and the throw gets away, and that's all they'll get is the 1 run. Thought that might cause a ball to get away and another run to score, but runners on second and third, 2 away. 1 run is in. It's 3-2 Boston. Could have been a lot worse as that throw was wildly off mark.
Tapia does his best job there to just poke this thing and get a run in, and that thing was hit pretty well down that right field line. The former Rocky and Blue Jay
So
makes the
Verdugo
break.
comes to the plate, and he takes the first pitch for a strike. Curveball right there at the knees. It's 0-1.
And Tapia with the big hit, but only the 7th. Time to bounce back.
3-2 your score. The 0-1 pitch. Fastball right there down the middle. 95 miles an hour. It's 0-2.
And that's where those walks kill you, because no one should have been on.
The 0-2. Fastball inside. Doesn't get the call. And it's 1-2.
And now you need this out here if you're the Braves. The last thing you want is a base hit to knock in 2 more runs.
The 1-2 pitch. Anderson flips it in there, swing, and pops it up. Should be playable. Rosario underneath it, and that's out number 3. But not before the Boston Red Sox take a 3-2 lead. We head to the 7th. Get up and stretch, Braves country.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you. A 1, a 2, a 3.
Casey was baseball mad, had the fever and had it bad. Just to root for the hometown crew every stew. Casey Blue, On a Saturday, her young beau called to see if she'd like to go to see a show, but Miss Kate said no. I'll tell you what you can do.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and be home all game.
Casey saw all the games, knew the players by their first names, told the umpire he was wrong all along, good and strong. When the score was just 2-2, Casey knew what to do. Just to cheer up the boys he knew, he made the gang sing this song.
Me out to the ball game. Come on. Me out with the crowd. I don't care if I never get back. Root for the home.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail 3-2 in a back and forth affair with the Boston Red Sox. Game 2 of a 2-game series. Braves are off tomorrow. Then we're back at it Friday night, 7:20 first pitch. Atlanta versus Toronto. Bring all 3 games of that series to you. I said 7:20. I meant 7:07. Friday 7:07. Saturday 3:07. And Sunday 1:37.
A lot of sevens. All right. Lucky number 7 here on Braves Country. Braves Country HD it's a beautiful night here in Atlanta. We need a comeback. That would be the cherry on top of a great night so far, I would say.
So Winkowski's coming in for the Boston Red Sox. He'll face Ozzie Albies, Darnold, and Harris. Winkowski, a 1.57 ERA in 13 appearances, 20 innings. Right-hander from Estero, Florida, from the Toronto Blue Jays organization originally in 2016.
Started some games for them last year.
24-year-old. 18 strikeouts over 23 innings, 5 walks. Waiting for him to finish up his warm-ups. Looks like he is ready to go.
Represents the number 25 on the bump.
8 innings and no earned runs in his road appearances. So all of his runs given up at home. First pitch on the way to Ozzie is a pitch well inside. Curveball misses. It's 1-0.
On January in 2021, Winkowski was traded to the Mets from Toronto.
The 1-0 pitch. Winds up, flips it in, and fouls it away. It's 1-1.
Just 2 weeks later, he was flipped to the Boston Red Sox.
The 1-1 from Winkowski. Swing and a miss. Strike 2.
And he was traded
1-2
with
count to Ozzie.
Franchi Cordero, and that was part of the Benintendi deal.
Ozzie, 9 home runs on the year, 27 RBI. The 1-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's hit hard on the ground, but right at the third baseman. Devers has it, fires it over to first. It's a 5-3 putout. start the 7th.
And he did hit that one pretty hard, but who says the shift is dead? He hit that one right into the shift. You could still do some things with the shift, remember, and we've seen it come into play a couple of times tonight so far. So for those wondering and hearing the shift is completely dead, it's not all out of the woods.
Ramel Tapia stays into play left field. Verdugo at third base. The first pitch on the way to Darnode is fouled back behind the screen. It's 0-1. Darnode 1 for 1 with a walk and a single. The 0-1 pitch, high and out of the zone. It's 1-1.
Darnode, a fan favorite just about everywhere he's been to this point in his MLB career.
1-1 delivery. Winkowski fires it in high and out of the zone. 2-1.
I remember when he was a top prospect with the Blue Jays way back in the day.
The 2-1 count. Righty-righty matchup. Here's the pitch swung on and fouled back, even up the count at 2-2.
Listen to
That's
this.
held on to beat the Reds 2-1. The 2-1 delivery from Winkowski, or 2-2 delivery, excuse me. Winds up, lets it fly, swung on and missed strike 3, and there's 2 away.
The Blue Jays traded Travis Darnode and Noah Syndergaard for R.A. Dickey back in the day. Talk about an interesting maneuver. That's when the knuckleballer Dickey was on the up and up.
So that'll bring Michael Harris to the plate. Michael Harris, 1 for 2. Righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch on the way. Swung on, and that ball is hit hard into right field, but making a leaping catch at the warning track. Nice defensive play by Verdugo, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We'll head to the top of the 8th inning. It's 3-2 Boston here in Atlanta.
Frazier, wait a minute. Do you think you can get me a tape of the show?
What on earth for?
Well, how often do you get to hear your son on the radio?
I'm on the radio every day!
Cause he's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks.
It could be like a government conspiracy, but it also could be something like, Bigfoot. What's your number 1?
We never went to the moon. I don't believe it. I think it's a hoax.
All right.
They filmed it in a studio. Why didn't we ever go back?
All right, the crazies is coming out in us today. I'll see that and I'll raise you Area 51. I think there's I think there's little Martians and everything running around out there, and I think we're hiding something. We're hiding something out there. There's too many accounts of too many things that go wrong. And don't keep on telling me that it was a balloon that went by. The balloons aren't that big, okay? They don't go by that often. It's a little strange we haven't seen one in the last 30 years since technology's gotten better. There's been too many times where they've interviewed guys who were out there and they say, when they ask them, can you say what you've seen? And he goes, no, I'm sworn to secrecy. Well, why are you sworn to secrecy if nothing happened out there? Something went down.
Armchair.
I would put a committee together, get some coaches, get some players, and let's try to work this thing out. We can't ask these politicians nothing. Those people are awful people. They're all crooks.
On February 2nd, 1876, at Manhattan's Grand Central Hotel, a group of club owners, eager to tighten their control of the game, restore its respectability, and most of all to ensure greater profits, started a new association. They called it the National League of Professional Baseball Clubs.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves trail by 1 as we head to the top of the 8th inning. Due up, Turner, Yoshida, and Hernandez. Anderson's back out there and fires the first pitch right by Turner for a strike. It's 0-1.
Hoping for A quick inning here.
The 0-1 pitch off the plate wide, evening up the count at 1-1.
As Nick Anderson fell victim to a couple walks by Minter last inning.
The 1-1 swing and banged hard on the ground, but fouled down the third base line. It's 1-2.
12 pitches in for Anderson. That was the 13th.
Braves played the infield on a bit of a shift to the left-hand side. The 1-2 pitch fastball misses outside wide. It's 2-2.
Twirling our way into the late stages here.
The 2-2 pitch. Darno sets up out wide, high and out of the zone. It's 3-2.
Anderson hoping he can get a strikeout here on Turner before he puts the man on for the heart of the order.
Boston 3, Atlanta 2. Top of the 8th, nobody out, and ball 4. Pitched nowhere near the zone. And the leadoff walk, which has already caused problems already tonight, is on again.
And that'll mean Yoshida comes to the plate, who's been 0 for 3 and held in check tonight. But how long can you do that? We'll see if Anderson could keep him contained here.
First pitch on the way is a curveball right there for a strike. It's 0-1.
Anderson is looking to keep the good times rolling.
Ground out, pop out, strike out. The 0-1 pitch swung on and grounded foul down the first base line. We'll do it again at 0-2.
Masataka Yoshida coming over this offseason from Japan. He was really good over there.
Righty-lefty matchup. Anderson with his 19th pitch of the night on the way. Swing and bangs the ball foul off his leg. It's 0-2.
And you hope here that you just set him down easily. No more runs here.
The 0-2 pitch on the way. Wind up and lets it fly. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him with the curveball, and there's one away.
Huge strikeout there for Nick Anderson. Don't take this at bat lightly at all. He just attacked the zone. That's huge. After walking Turner, he gets Yoshida on an easy strikeout. Yoshida looked bad up there tonight.
Birthday time here on Braves Country Baseball. Not many birthdays today, but we do have a couple of them. As Anderson will face Hernandez, righty-righty matchup. The first pitch is a 94-mile-an-hour fastball on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Lucas Sims turns 29 years old today. Part of the Cincinnati bullpen. Started with the Braves, went from 2017 to 2018 with the Atlanta Braves. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and fouls it out of play. It's 0-2. Salvador Perez turns 33 years old today. 230 home runs for the Kansas City backstop, 2015 World Series champion. And Keenan Thompson turns 45. Bono turns 63, and that's your birthdays. The 0-2 pitch fouled off, out of play. We'll do it again at 0-2.
Lucas Sims at one point was hoping to be the closer in Cincinnati. Hasn't really worked out too well.
Righty-righty matchup. Runner on first. One out. The 0-2. Swing, and that ball's grounded up the middle. Scooped by Arcia. Steps on the bag. Fires it over to first. And it's a beautiful 6-3 double play to end the inning. When we come back, Arcia leads it off. Acuna on the way. Also on the way. Don't go anywhere, Braves country. It ain't over.
Let's go.
You want to run tonight, son, or you want to act like a rabbit? You want to run or you want to duck down? If you want to duck, just go over there and get under the bench and stay there.
Big news and the big games covered in the Big Ten all year long.
Third down and about 22. As Smith drops the throw, he's got his tight end open, but he's got Carter downfield, and he's gone. Michigan leads the game with a first touchdown on a bullet, a bomb to Carter, 71 yards. Now State's lead 7-3. There he goes. So long. Ohio State touchdown. That's that old 1-2 punch. You fake to him the first time and let him have it the second time.
In his career, Lorenzo White 15 times rushed for 100 yards in a half. 5 of those this season. On 2nd and 10.
Long throw to Ryson, and he's open. All the way to the 6-yard line.
Big Ten football covered in the Southeast.
After a spectacular early season in 1877, the Louisville Grays of the new National League mysteriously lost 7 games in a row. Players bobbled the ball, seemed to slow between bases, swung suspiciously wide. The Grays lost the pennant. Afterwards, some were seen wearing fancy clothes and diamond stick pins. An investigation revealed that gamblers had bought off 4 players, including one of the National League's greatest pitchers, the popular Jim Devlin. When confronted with the evidence, Devlin confessed.
Was introduced to a man named McLeod, who said when I wanted to make a little money to let him know was to use the word sash in telegraphing, and he would know what was meant. We made a contract to throw a game in Indianapolis, received $100 from McLeod for it, and gave it to my wife.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail by 1, but Orlando Arcia will lead it off, and after that, the top of the order.
You like where you're at in the lineup for the Braves?
Arcia lumbering up to the plate. Winkowski going back out there for inning number 2. No, I'm sorry. This is Martin. They've made a change. And the first pitch on the way from Martin is fouled out of play. It's 0-1. That's Chris Martin, ex-Atlanta Brave.
And ex-Chicago Cubs.
Got a 1.8 ERA. The 0-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's fouled out of play. It's 0-2.
Martin ping-pong between the Braves and the Cubs.
Chris Martin, 1.8 ERA. The 0-2 pitch. On the way, swing, and that ball's fouled out of play. 96 miles an hour. Do it again at 0-2.
The Dodgers traded for Martin at the deadline from Chicago last year before finding his way to Boston in free agency.
0-2 pitch to Arcia, righty-righty matchup, swing and a miss, strike 3, and there's one away.
Arcia having a tough go tonight, 0 for 3, but you're going to have those nights. Acuna just has to keep his boomstick going, I guess.
So that'll bring Ronald Acuna Jr. to the plate. Last time up hit one into the night. He's 1 for 3. Home run and RBI. A run scored. The first pitch on the way to Acuna swung on and fouled out of play. 95 miles an hour on the inner part of the plate. It's 0-1. San Diego and Minnesota, they're tied in the bottom of the 8th at 2. Minnesota batting. The 0-1 swing and fouls it back. Slider fought it off. It's 0-2.
Must have been
deck. Matt Olson in the hole. Austin Riley, if they can keep it going. The 0-2 on the way, swung on and grounded over towards third, charging, making the play. No, he's going to go underneath his glove. And it's going to be an infield single for Ronald Acuna Jr.
a swing and bunt, it looked like almost, as Devers, a new third baseman, in this one, as Turner was in the game at third previously. Lets it go right under his glove, and
Shortstop
Acuna,
Fernandez had to slam on the brakes and run towards second. He was thinking about picking up the ball and then realized if he does that, Acuna could be standing on second. So he had to backtrack and let Devers get the ball himself. So that'll bring Matt Olson to the plate as Acuna leads off a first infield single. First pitch is a 96-mile-an-hour fastball, outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1 to Martin. Righty-lefty matchup. Pitch on the way, swing and a miss, 96 miles an hour. It's 0-2.
Olson's trying to break his ground out streak tonight. He has 3 ground outs.
Boston 3, Atlanta 2. Bottom of the 8th. Runner on first, 1 away. The 0-2 pitch, swing, and fouls it off. 97 miles an hour. Smacked up against the screen behind home plate. We'll do it again at 0-2.
Chris Martin has 9 career saves to date to his name. Trying to hold it here.
Acuna inches towards second. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Olson down on strikes. And Austin Riley comes to the plate.
Wonder if they'll try and get Acuna into scoring position here with 2 outs and big Austin Riley stepping to the plate to looking to tie the game or potentially take the lead.
Riley, 2 singles. He's 2 for 3 on the night with the run score. Be a good time for him to come out of his slump, slam one in to the chop house. The first pitch on the way is a fastball, top of the zone, taken for a strike all the way. It's 0-1.
Riley here has his average up to 248 after a 2-hit showing tonight.
Boston 3, Atlanta 2. The 0-1 pitch. Swing! And that ball's fouled out of play. Sliced over the first base dugout. And it's 0-2. Braves down to the last strike here in the 8th inning. Acuna stands on first with 2 away. Righty-righty matchup. The 0-2. Right there. Guess because he had to backhand it, couldn't frame it. It's called a ball, but it looked like it was in the zone. We'll take it. It's 1-2.
And he missed his spot there. It was in the zone, but since he was aimed up inside and went outside, it looked a little deceiving to the ump.
So a 1-2 count. Acuna fakes going, and that time he did get rang up. Never took the bat off his shoulders, and the Braves are put out here in the 8th inning. We'll head to the 9th inning, down by 1.
Let me sum it up. Twitter is stupid, and Instagram is Twitter for people who can't read.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important doc stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
This year, choose a yogurt that's right for you. With 2 grams of sugar per 5.3-ounce serving. Too Good Greek yogurt is too good to be true. So Delicious dairy-free yogurt and Silk yogurt alternatives are delicious plant-based swaps you can enjoy by the spoon or add to recipes. Oikos 000 yogurt and Light and Fit yogurt are tasty, non-fat yogurt options. So many flavors, varieties, and possibilities. Elevate any recipe and your everyday with yogurt.
Braves country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
The magnitude of the conspiracy stunned the baseball world. The Louisville Grays suspended the accused players, who claimed they had only done it because their owners had failed to pay them their wages. Devlin was brought before National League President William Hulbert.
Devlin was in tears. Hulbert was in tears. I saw Hulbert take a $50 bill and press it into the palm of the prostrate player. And then I heard him say, That's what I think of you personally. Damn you, Devlin. You are dishonest. You have sold a game, and I can't trust you. Now go and let me never see your face again, for your act will not be condoned so long as I live. Albert Goodwill Spaulding.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail 3-2. We head to the ninth inning. All in all, you got to be really pleased with what they've done with the bullpen. Raciel Iglesias is going to come in to get some work with the day off and hasn't had many opportunities since he's come off the IL. 2 innings of work so far. First pitch on the way from Iglesias is a fastball fouled back by Duran. It's 0-1.
Iglesias, one of the better closers into the game to date. Huge off-season acquisition for Atlanta.
The 0-1 pitch off the plate wide, 95 miles an hour. It's 1-1.
The former Red and Angel looks to continue his dominance in a new division, and he has so early.
The 1-1 pitch off the plate. It's 2-1. Iglesias under contract for the Atlanta Braves through next season. 2-1 from Iglesias. Rocks, kicks, deals, and off the plate, 95 miles an hour. It's 3-1. If you're looking forward to the ninth inning, Atlanta Braves will have Sean Murphy due up to lead off the designated hitter Rosario and Ozzie Albies. The 3-1 pitch, swing and foul down the line, 95 miles an hour. It's 3-2.
Sounds like there's a chance we could take the lead.
If they can keep it going, Travis d'Arnaud. Wouldn't that be something if he was the hero?
That would be.
The 3-2 pitch from Iglesias swung on, and that ball's going to get dumped into left field. Getting down, cutting it off is Rosario. He's going to fire it over to second, and stretching it into a double is Duran, head first slide, and for some reason picked up the base. I don't know what that was about. He kind of looks like a meathead, so that might have something to do with it. And it's a leadoff double for Duran.
Yeah, he still has the base in his hand, swinging it around after sliding into second. It looked like Rosario got there in pretty good timing as well. Duran just able to scoot his way.
He yanked it up. It wasn't like it just moved. He yanked it up. So I guess it's some kind of celebration thing he does. I don't know.
Yeah, he yanked it up, it looked like, for sure, swinging it around a little bit.
Probably doesn't get on base very often. The first pitch on the way to Cassis is swung on, and that ball is belted high and deep, and it is gone. A 2-run shot by Tristan Cassis, and it's 5-2 Boston.
And that thing kept carrying, and that's what the Red Sox were looking for from this rookie first baseman heading into the year. Haven't gotten much.
142 feet, 105 miles an hour off the bat, and it's 5-2.
14th RBI of the season for Casas. Exit velo of 105.1 with the 32-degree launch angle.
So that'll make the comeback a little more difficult. So bases are clear, and the first pitch on the way from Iglesias to Wong is a strike at the knees. It's 0-1.
If you could stop the bleeding here, 3-run game, you still have an outside chance, but no more runs, not a good showing from Iglesias.
0-1, 95 inside taken for a ball. It's 1-1.
And it looked like he tried to go fast and into Casas. He just got the most of that fastball.
The 1-1 pitch, high and inside, 2-1.
It wasn't like Iglesias left something hanging or right over the plate. That thing was just crushed.
The 2-1, right there for a strike on the inner cut. It's 2-2.
And there's still no outs in the top half of the ninth.
The 2-2 pitch on the way from Iglesias. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and there's one away.
And that was the 12th pitch of the inning here for Iglesias, and at least he's able to find some rhythm with Wong. let's hope it continues here. Again, he's just coming back from an injury, and some rust is showing tonight, something he hasn't shown yet this year.
So Rafael Devers comes to the plate. Devers, righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch is a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Misses outside for a ball, 1-0.
When the Red Sox traded for Sale, the White Sox could have chose Moncada or Devers. They ultimately went with Moncada.
The 1-0 pitch down below the knees. It's 2-0.
And the Red Sox have to be pretty happy about that, keeping Devers around to this point.
The 2-0. Swing and bangs it off the plate. It's 2-1.
Devers has been a mainstay for the Red Sox as they've continued to change faces the past half decade or so.
So a 2-1 count from Iglesias. Righty-lefty matchup, flips it in there, swing and a miss. It's 2-2.
Two-time All-Star, has 150 career home runs.
The 2-2 delivery. Iglesias lets it fly. Swung on it. That ball's rifled into right field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Acuna cuts it off, and it's a one-out single for the Boston Red Sox.
Iglesias is getting hit pretty well here by the Boston Red Sox. They are finally finding their hard hits in the ninth. They haven't really gotten too much going to this point yet. They did have a lead coming to the ninth, but only 3 runs. They've almost doubled their total and on base hits here.
So runner on first, 1 away. Tapia comes to the plate, and the first pitch is right there for a strike. It's 0-1.
Tapia gave the Red Sox the lead with an RBI double in the 7th.
The 0-1, swing and a miss. It's 0-2.
Tapia, one of the bigger names this Red Sox team brought in this offseason after spending 1 year in Toronto.
The 0-2 pitch. Set up outside, swing and a miss, strike 3. 3 pitches out of the zone, 3 swings and misses, and there's 2 away.
Tapia had a bit of happy feet that at bat after playing hero ball with the double last time around, it seems, and you'll take that all day from a Braves fan. You might be down in this one, but you're not out of it yet.
They're going to come in and relieve Iglesias. So we'll go ahead and take the break with them. We'll be back in a flash. Going to the pen one more time.
Imaginary hat.
What is this? What are we doing?
So dumb.
G'day. Hi, it's Dean, calling from Cyprus.
Buongiorno, Dino.
My mate wants me to rub sun cream on his back.
Holy dooly. A delicate matter, but a burnt wingman is useless. So there are rules.
Okay.
Only put cream where he can't reach. Between his shoulder blades. The safe zone.
Anything else?
Whack it on thick, mate. Last thing you want to do is a second coat. And remember, Dino, the following things are not permitted. Eye contact. Scented candles. Power balance. And do not apply if he's wearing budgie smugglers. Are we all clear?
Crystal. Cheers, fellas.
No dramas.
Armchair.
Braves country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
What was your first impression of me? I thought you wore too much makeup and were a slut. I was wrong. You don't wear too much makeup.
Despite their pleas for forgiveness, Hulbert banned all 4 players from baseball forever. For 5 years, Jim Devlin haunted the corridors outside meetings of the National League club owners, hoping somehow to be reinstated. Desperate, he wrote to Harry Wright, still the most respected man in the game. Harry Wright did nothing.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail 5-2. Joe Jimenez is coming into the game. If you wonder why Iglesias we came out of the game, they had a pretty strict pitch count on him when he was coming back. So I believe he hit the limit, and that's why they went and made the change. Jimenez will face Verdugo. The first pitch to Verdugo swung on and popped up. Can of corn over by third. One pitch, one out, and we'll head to the bottom of the ninth. All we need is 4 runs. Let's get the Braves bats going.
Smoking. Another one. Try to stop smoking. That's a beauty, huh? Well, with cigarettes, my wife and I, we made a deal, my wife and I. We only smoke after sex. I got the same pack now since 1975. What bothers me is my wife. She's up to 3 packs a day.
Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is swung on and hit high and deep down the right field line. Is it fair? Is it? It is gone, baby! Ram-a-lam-a ding-dong, zip-boo, bam, a 3-run shot by Eddie Rosario. That thing looked like it was curving foul. And Eddie Rosario makes it 4-1 Atlanta.
Today we are talking about one of the worst offensive teams ever to win a World Series, the 1906 Chicago White Sox. The team owned the league's worst batting average and only hit 7 home runs the entire season. Only 3 of their everyday starters had a batting average over 250. Out of the 7 home runs they hit that season, Billy Sullivan and Fielder Jones accounted for more than half of them with 2 apiece. During a 3-week stretch in August, they went 19-0, while the other 3 teams ahead of them had a losing record during that same stretch. No one in the press dared pick the White Sox to beat the Cubs. Through the first 4 games of the World Series, the White Sox had 6 runs, 11 hits, and an embarrassing 0.97 batting average. Despite this, the series was still tied at 2. Game 5 would turn the series when the White Sox took advantage of an overflow crowd. Back then, when balls hopped over the roped-off crowd, they were considered doubles. The White Sox had 8 doubles in the game and won 8-6. In the last 2 games of the series, the White Sox would finally break through offensively with 16 runs and close out the biggest upset in World Series history.
Baseball is the very symbol, the outward and visible expression of the drive and push and rush and struggle of the raging, tearing, booming 19th century. Mark Twain.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail by 3. That's the bad news. The good news, Kenley Jansen's coming to the plate, coming to the mound. We all know what that means. It's going to be runners all over the place if it's anything like his stay in Atlanta. So let's see what we can do here. Now, he does come in with a 0.84 ERA. He should at least give us some excitement.
Mm-hmm. The high, big, paid closer.
Sean Murphy will come to the plate. Righty-righty matchup. The first pitch is Kenley, shimmy and shakes, is right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1.
He signed a 2-year deal with the Red Sox this past winter. Coming over from Atlanta.
The 0-1 pitch on the way. Swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-2.
He signed up for 2 years, $32 million, so averages to $16 million a year.
That's great math there, Tones. All right, an 0-2 count. Righty-righty matchup. The pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball's hit high, but not very deep. And should be playable. Underneath it is Duran. And there's one away.
And Murphy just, even though it wasn't hit that deep, he got a good swing on that. Just missed it, and he rolls it over to the center fielder. Duran's able to put it down. Let's see if Rosario could start a spark here. Coming into this at-bat 1 for 3. Let's make it 2 for 4.
Eddie Rosario, righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch on the way is 96 miles an hour, just below the knees. It's 1-0.
Jansen is one of the funkier stretches in all of baseball for a pitcher.
The 1-0 Winds and deals. Swing and a miss. 97 on the outer edge. It's 1-1.
Kind of hurts.
Back here with Braves Country Baseball. Friday night, 7:07 first pitch. Spencer Strider night versus the Toronto Blue Jays. The 1-1 from Jansen. Swung on it. That ball's hit hard down the right field line. Is it fair? It is fair. It's going to get into the corner, and Rosario is going to cruise around first, truck into second. Might have had a chance to stretch it into 3, but down 3 runs, no real reason to try all that nonsense. So it's a 1-out double to get things going for Atlanta here in the 9th.
Yeah, Rosario able to get a good piece of that baseball, exit velocity 105 off the bat. Able to tuck it down the right field line, stays fair, plenty fair, at least 1 foot fair. And that's what Kenley Jansen does. He leaves a lot of pitches vulnerable, and the Braves still have 2 outs here to make some magic.
So Ozzie Albies comes to the plate, and first pitch to Ozzie's off the plate, wide, 97 miles an hour. It's 1-0.
It'd be really nice if Ozzie could get on here and the tying run comes at bat.
The 1-0 to Ozzie. Time called. Time called by the catcher.
Wong calling timeout.
The 1-0 pitch. Off the plate wide, it's 2-0.
Jansen
on deck, Travis d'Arnaud.
Shaking his head. It looked like him and Wong are in some disagreement over the pitches up there.
The 2-0 pitch. On the way, swing, and that ball's banged foul towards first base. It's 2-1.
Red Sox are going full throttle with Jansen. They don't really have another liable name to close.
Twins and Padres tied at 2 in the 10th. The 2-1 pitch to Ozzie. Kenley lets it fly, swung on, and that ball's hit into center field, but not very hard. Playable. Duran's got it. Throws it into the infield. And there's 2 outs. Braves down to their final out with Travis d'Arnaud coming to the plate.
d'Arnaud, a guy who is playing fired up, so let's hope he can keep it alive here. Duran gets it, fires it into the infield. Ozzie Albies couldn't do anything there. Jansen's 1 out away from shutting his whole team down.
So Travis d'Arnaud digs in, righty-righty matchup. The first pitch on the way is a 97-mile-an-hour fastball on the edge, called for a strike. It's 0-1.
Got to stay patient here. Don't expand the zone.
The 0-1 pitch. Swung on and missed, 98 miles an hour, 0-2.
And now backs up against the wall. Last potential strike here. Make it count.
Braves down to their last strike, an 0-2 count. Runner on second, 2 away. Michael Harris II stands on deck. Arcia in the hole. The 0-2. Swing and fouls it back out of play. 99 up top. We'll do it again at 0-2.
Jansen standing in at 6'5", 265 pounds on the mound.
The 0-2 pitch, 14th pitch of the inning by Jansen. On the way, swing, and fouls it out of play. We'll do it again. It's 0-2.
And they're staying alive here. Travis d'Arnaud is staying alive up there, fouling away. Let's see if he can make it pay.
0-2 count to d'Arnaud. 1 for 2 on the night. Jansen shimmies, kicks, lets it fly, swing and a miss, strike 3, and that'll end the game. Boston wins the game 5-2. Braves split the series 1-1. We'll be off tomorrow, then back at it Friday night. A 3-game series in Toronto should be a good one. Strider Friday night, Elder on Saturday, and we could get Mike Soroka on Sunday. Last thoughts here, Tones, before we say goodnight?
Tough loss here, but baseball, it's a new day tomorrow, and Atlanta's had an incredible year so far. So you expect bumps like this along the way. Nothing to be concerned about at all. Good showing from Acuna with that bomb. And Iglesias, he's going to get back in rhythm, Braves fans. So don't worry. We'll see you guys Friday night.
All right. So for Tones and all the guys and gals behind Armchair Quarterback Radio, Braves Country Baseball coming your way 4 to 5 times a week all year long. Please like and subscribe. We'll be back at it tomorrow on Braves Country Today, live 3 to 5 right here. The Braves drop one, but split the series. Still a healthy lead in the National League East. We will see you tomorrow.
Take it easy.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac Magee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide, and simulcast on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and youtube.com/BravesCountry.